Thank you. Commissioner Gilman, you good?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Vice Chairman? Okay, you good? All right, good morning, everybody. Today is August 4th. It's 10:01 a.m. There's a quorum present. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Bringing us to item number 2 on today's agenda is to convene this Story County Board of County Commissioners. Bringing us to item number 3, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you can all stand and join me. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're going to move right on to item number 4, which is public comment. What I'm going to ask is there are a few items on the agenda. If you have public comment that does not have to do with the license plate readers or Green Link, this would be your time to come and speak. If you're here for public comment for those items, please wait until that agenda item is called. Again, item number 4, public comment. Public comment is welcomed at the beginning and end of each meeting. These comments should be limited to matters not on today's calendar or agenda. Public comment is again welcomed after each item on the agenda, and those comments should be limited to the agendized topic. As a reminder, public comment is limited to 3 minutes per individual. When you come up to the podium, please state your name for the record. And with that said, anybody with public comment, come on up.
Thank you, Commissioner Carmona. For the record, Sam Toll, 5th generation Gold Hill native. I go to car shows from Canada to Mexico. The event this weekend was the closest car show I attend. It was spectacular. The town was full. There was a lot of great cars. I spoke to dozens of subscribers, many of them first-time visitors here to Virginia City, and they were ecstatic with the way they were treated, the way they were greeted, and with our wonderful town. So, Mr. Tuttle, thank you very much for your participation and your efforts in getting that and helping that happen. And with that, I have a selfish request. I've got 2 employees here, 2 down at in Reno. Today's setup day at Hot August Nights, and if it pleases the commission, if there's any way we can move the flock camera agenda item to the beginning, I would be grateful. If not, I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tom Ramey. I live in Virginia City Highlands, been here for 14 years. When I moved here, the speed limit in the Highlands was 15 miles an hour. Later, it was changed to 20 miles per hour. I walk my dog every day, rain, snow, it doesn't matter, 2 miles around my house. Many years ago, probably 4 or 5 years ago, I had to cut out Cartwright because it became too dangerous. Too many speeders, too much traffic. So I do a different route. I use Delta, Dortort, and Sazerac. Sazerac is getting to the point where it is also very dangerous with the amount of traffic and the number of speeders on the highway or on the road. I've been here, I've watched the police department, I watched the sheriff's department grow. It's doubled in size. We have double the deputies, we have double the cars, we have double the toys, double the equipment, motorcycles, UTVs, and so on and so on. The only thing that hasn't increased is patrolling the Highlands. I can honestly say within the last 2 years, I have actually seen 1 patrol car on the dirt roads in the Highlands other than responding to a call or a VIN check or something of that nature. The speed bumps helped quite a bit. The speed bumps have disappeared. I understand they're taken up for winter due to plowing. 2 weeks ago, I drove down to Dayton to help a neighbor move furniture, and I was astounded the fact that I went about a quarter of a mile and ran over 3 speed bumps on Mill Street with little lane dividers, and I passed going and coming. There was 2 sheriff cars going down, and when I came up, I passed one coming up. Must be some good clout right there in that little section of Mill Street. I don't know who lives there, maybe some relatives of the governor or somebody. But to have 3 speed bumps in a quarter-mile section of road, and here in the Highlands with all the highway, or all the mileage we have on the roads there, we had them and they're gone. My suggestion would be to bring the speed bumps back, include Sazerac with the speed bumps. And with the number of deputies that we have, I don't see why we can't assign a deputy to the Highland to come in maybe even just 2 days a week and patrol the Highlands, not just do a drive-through, because you're not going to catch anybody there. Don't set up at the mailbox. Everybody can see a half a mile away. They're going to slow down way before you get there. To me, that's pointless. I also don't understand why we have deputies out on the grade, on Geiger Grade. I thought that was NHP's territory, but I guess those decisions above my pay grade. But I think if we had somebody that was assigned to the Highlands that would actually come in and spend some time there. I have made numerous calls to the dispatch. I have offered my driveway that they can park in and watch Sazerac to no avail. So that would be my suggestion, my request. I appreciate the time and I appreciate you guys' consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Matt Pruitz. I live on F Street, right across from the Collar Mine. We've had a constant problem for years with the Collar Mine doing unpermitted excavation, constantly moving earth. Little jobs, big jobs. Last night was a big one. He's got a giant backhoe down there. Does it after hours when the building department's closed. And it's constant, getting inundated, and he does not do any dust control at all. And it's getting very old. My whole house is inundated with dust constantly from him moving earth. And with all the chemicals I hear we have in the soils and so on and so forth, he's not watering it down. And I'd like to see if there's something the board can do to rectify this issue of this constant excavation. That's about it, really.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank
you
you.
coming up. Is there any other public comment related to items that are not on today's agenda? All right, thank you. Moving right along to item number 5, this is discussion for possible action, consideration and possible approval of the agenda for the August 4th, 2026 meeting. County Manager, are there any changes to the agenda today?
There are not.
All right. Commissioner Gilman, any questions or comments about the agenda?
None, thank you.
Vice Chairman?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay, is there any public comment regarding the agenda? Not seeing any. Vice Chairman, you prepared to make a motion?
Yeah, I move to approve today's agenda as presented.
Second?
All right, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. On to item number 6, this is discussion for possible action, consideration and possible approval of the minutes from the July 7, 2026 meeting. Commissioner Gilman, any questions or comments on those minutes?
None, thank you.
Vice Chairman?
No, thank you.
All right, how about public comment regarding those minutes? Not seeing any. Vice Chairman, you prepared to make a motion?
Yeah, I move to approve the minutes from our July 7th, 2026 meeting as presented.
Second?
All right, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. On to item number 7 is today's consent agenda. Commissioner Gilman, do you have any questions or comments about the consent agenda?
None, thank you.
All right, Vice Chairman?
No, thank you.
Okay, how about public comment regarding the consent agenda? Not seeing any. Vice Chairman, you prepared to make a motion?
Yeah, I move to approve our consent agenda as presented.
Second?
All right, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. On to item number 8. This is discussion only. No action, no public comment will be taken. These are committee and staff reports. We're going to kick things off at the Sheriff's Office today.
Commissioners, good morning. Sheriff Cullen for the record. Just a little bit of an update regarding some of the stats I gave you last month. In June, we were overwhelmed with quite a few high numbers on things. For July, we went down a little bit. Total incidents in July was down from 2,488 in June to 2,406, so we had a slight drop in total incidents. Also down for calls for service from 952 in June to 900 in July. We had a rise in deputy-initiated incidents from 1,454 deputy-initiated incidents to 1,588. And in traffic stops, we also had a rise from 767 to 903. Those are county-wide stats. Total number of cases were also down from June of 188 to 169. Arrests were also down, which is a good stat, I suppose, from 83 in June to 60. And then total number of citations were down a few from 277 to 269. Specific to the Parkway, we had 4 pretty big cases out there this last month. Stolen vehicle recovery, burglary inside the Comstock Meadows RV park, a concealed firearm without a permit case that was pretty interesting, and then a copper theft case that was also involved. Those were all solved with arrests. So just an update on some of the stuff going on at the park, but I would take any questions if you have any at this time.
Appreciate the update, Sheriff. Sure. Commissioner Gilman, you have any questions or comments for the Sheriff?
None, thank you.
All right. Vice Chairman? All right, thanks for the update.
Great, thanks.
Moving right along to the Fire Protection District.
Commissioners, Bob Reiser, Fire Chief for the record. The big update for us, we don't get them few and far between, which is, as I always say, not necessarily great for morale, but is really good for humanity. We had a structure fire 2 Sundays ago now, out in the Highlands off of Loustown. Large structure, hard to get to from a topography standpoint, and 50,000-pound fire apparatus up the side of the hill. Dispatched as very well involved with the victim rescue on the 3rd floor balcony. Crews immediately engaged the 2 people that showed up first, one trying to go interior to get to our victim on the 3rd floor, one throwing a 24-foot ladder up to the balcony and getting her down from where she was at. Safely did so. Our firefighter who went interior trying to get to her got a little bit disoriented due to the heavy smoke and took a slide down the stairwell into the wall. He's going to be out for a little bit because he managed to break both his right hand and his left hand. But as he told me, but Chief, I didn't drop my tool. It's like, okay, well, next time use it as an anchor. Yeah. But great response. Residents are both okay. They are currently staying with other friends, trying to find a different place to rent in the Highlands while they work on the different processes of repair for their home. Great response from the Sheriff's Office to assist with traffic control, PIO helping with getting information out to keep people out of the area that don't need to be there. Julia's been great for that. She's learned a lot about the fire service lately, trial by fire, so to speak. The different county resources and different entities getting food out there from the Red Dog and different things that we have access to, which are incredible. Mutual aid support, quick response from Truckee Meadows Fire, Central Lyon Fire, and then additional from Carson Fire, as well as Reno Fire, who we don't get Reno up here very often, but got a crew from them up, and they did a phenomenal job helping us. And then also our volunteer response to help do some of the things that put more of our tactically engaged personnel where they need to be. So those were big things for us. So overall, the house not in great shape, obviously, but the important part is the life safety piece, and both those residents are doing well. So.
Great. Thanks for the update, Chief. Commissioner Gilman, any questions or comments?
None, thank you.
Vice Chairman? All right, great news again. Thank you. How about Public Works?
Good morning, Commissioners. Trent Scretta, Fleet Service Manager, reporting for Director Wiersbecki. Public Works teamed up with Lyon County last Wednesday to remove and replace 2 old fire hydrants along State Route 342. Director Wiersbecki met with Tesla representatives last week to discuss a proposed crosswalk between 385 and 550 Milan. The road crew cut a ditch and installed riprap on Canal Road at Painted Rock to try and help mitigate some drainage issues during thunderstorms. We have met with Dowell to try and get the recirc tanks project moving forward for the water treatment plant. This project will do away with the open air ponds to make the recirculation filtration much more streamlined and safer for our communities in the long run.
All right, thank you for that update. Commissioner Gilman, questions, comments?
None, thank you.
Vice Chairman? All right, appreciate it.
Thank you.
How about Project Manager Mike Northern.
Thank you, Commissioners. Mike Northen, Project Manager. B Street wall repair. We do have a proposal from our engineers for the design of a permanent retaining wall to protect B Street and the Red Dog patio area down below. It's currently in legal review. I'll be attending the CHD, Comstock Historic District Commission meeting tonight to propose two options for treatment of the existing rockery wall to preserve the history of the site. Whichever option is selected by CHD board will be integrated into the plans. Fairgrounds Improvements Project. KP Construction was awarded this project back in April, and they have submitted two proposed construction schedules that have both been rejected due to non-compliance with the contract terms. We're currently working with them to develop a schedule that addresses the long lead time items and is in conformance with the contract documents. Station 71 remodel and expansion. We have one set of concept drawings. We're waiting on a second set. Should be here this week. When we have those, the project team will be meeting to review them, make any last changes, and then we're going to get this project into design development. Mark Twain Vehicle Storage Building. Footings were poured last week. The early brake test showed a 3,300 PSI at 3 days and 5,200 PSI at 7 days. So we've got some really nice concrete in there. Under slab utilities are being completed this week, and the slab will be poured this Friday starting at 4 a.m. I do plan to be out there. We'll be doing early breaks on the slab as well, so we can move into steel erection as soon as possible. Ice House remodel. Bid documents are complete, ready for publication. Bid date is currently set for August 20, with results to be presented at the September 1 board meeting. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Commissioner Gilman, questions or comments?
None, thank you.
Vice Chairman? All right, 4 a.m. Thank you. Have a good day out there. Project Manager Kevin?
Good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Selstrup for the record. Super quick update. We are moving full speed ahead on the Tri-Sheriff Substation remodel project. Still in design and on track for completion and occupancy next summer. You guys may have seen the contractor working on pipers, and the corner bar has gotten some of those doors rehabilitated back in place. They look beautiful. They're doing everything by hand, just the way they did 150 years ago, but they're doing a great job and planning to wrap that up this summer as well. And the elephant in the room, of course, is the Justice Center. We've gone through a little over 2 months in a selection process and have selected, well, to back up, we got 9 submissions for proposed architecture teams from across the country, some really big names, and have selected the best of that team. We're working with them to get a proposal that we hope to have back to you guys in September and be able to get that thing off the ground this fall. That's the end of my report, unless you have any questions.
Thank you, Kevin. Commissioner Gilman?
None, thank you.
Vice Chairman? May I ask, who did we pick?
There is Hafer Architectural Engineering Services. You'll actually see their business license request on the agenda later on today.
All right. Thank you very much.
You betcha.
Appreciate it. Business Development Director? All right. Grants Manager? Admin Officer?
Nothing today.
Emergency Management? BCTC?
Good morning, Commissioners. Todd Tuttle, Director of Tourism for the record. We've got quite a number of tour groups will be arriving into Virginia City this next couple of weeks, so just be prepared for them. Motor coaches, etc. Also, Hot August Nights, we had a great turnout. I want to really reach out and say a great thank you to the Fire Department, Emergency Management, the Sheriff's Department, and all those that were involved, dispatch directly, being able to make sure that that's a smooth and comfortable event. We did have a fabulous turnout. Registration sold out right off the bat as soon as the announcement that they were returning and everything would be back to normal. Over 400 signed up. We did have a wait list of 4 to 5 dozen waiting to be able to come up with it. Friday we had 382 cars show up. Saturday we had 390 and a very strong crowd for us. We're very happy with the turnout, the way everything unfolded, and the responses in the media, etc., was extremely well for us. Coming up, street dance on C Street, sponsored by Silent Riders this weekend. Artwork on the Comstock on the craft fair, August 15th through the 16th, that's Saturday and Sunday. C Street will be closed from Taylor to Silver, to Flowery, and then condensed. It will still have traffic to be able to get to the post office, etc., but we're trying something a little bit different just so that the public is aware of it. It will be 8 to 5 p.m. both days, and it will reopen for traffic at night. The motorcycle roundup has been rescheduled for August 28th and 29th. However, it will not be at the fairgrounds this year. They will not have the rodeo. It will be a smaller event. They're still working out a few details for it. Labor Day weekend, the Comstock Heritage Days and Battle Train, September 4th through September 7th. The Labor Day Parade will be Monday, September 7th at 12 o'clock. The 67th Annual International Camel and Ostrich Races, September 11th through the 13th. Remember, Friday night tickets are available at the Visitor Center for $10. If you go down there and pick them up, you cannot get them online. They have to be picked up at the Visitor Center. Camel Hunt Parade on Saturday and a morning show at 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock. And then Sunday, the Family Day, the first 100 kids can ride a camel for free. And surprisingly, we get a lot of questions about coming up to ride camels now. It's a pretty popular thing. And of course, we'll still have the shuttles going to and from the fairgrounds, not only our shuttle, but we'll bring in additional buses to make that move back and forth. The Virginia City Hill Climb, September 19th through the 20th. The 100-mile endurance race will be on the 19th, that Saturday. Street Vibrations Fall Rally, September 25th through the 27th. So we only have a few things coming up, so if you have any questions, please let me know. That's my report.
Thank you, Todd. Commissioner Gilman?
No, thank you.
Vice Chairman?
I have just one. Todd, with the tour buses and things that are coming up, are there identifiable patterns, mornings, or are they kind of scattered?
Most of them are coming in the mornings, arriving around 9:30. We have a step-on guide that goes with them to get them around town until the shops open around 10 o'clock, and then they're usually set free for an hour or two to be able to do some shopping. Some have organized events, but most of them arrive in the morning.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the update, Todd. Appreciate it. How about Planning Department?
Nothing right now.
Okay. Health and Community Services? All right. IT Department?
Good morning, Commissioners. James Dean, Story County IT Director. With AI data centers eating up all the storage and processor and memory on the entire planet, we opted to purchase our switching and storage immediately. The pricing came in at $2 million, but we were able to work with HP registered pricing. We got the total price tag down to about $380,000. So that price is listing for $2 million now. That's what it's being projected for the next year or two. So luckily, this is our largest major purchase, probably for the next 5 years when it comes to storage and compute. So got in right under the radar. That's all I have today.
All right. Thank you, James. Appreciate the savings. Commissioner Gilman?
No, thank you.
Vice Chairman?
James, are you expecting delivery fairly soon, or is that pushed out a bit?
We've already got the switches in. Storage should be here next month.
Awesome, thank you.
Thanks.
I appreciate the update. Human Resources? All right. There you are. Community Development? All right. How about the PIO? All right. Lee, you don't have anything for us today?
Nothing today, thank you.
All right. How about the DA's office?
I have no update this morning.
All right. Not to put you on the spot, my friend, but we do have a new face on the Story County team, Alex Tanchek. You want to come on up?
Good morning, Commissioners. Alex Tanchek, recently hired on as the county's management analyst, working under Osborne Osborne. Going to be doing stuff related to budget research and analysis, management research analysis, kind of policies that the Commission wishes to initiate, kind of do some of the research and analysis behind that, and just very excited to be here.
Awesome. We are glad to have you, Alex.
Thank you.
It's been a long time, and it's good to see you again.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gilman, anything?
No, welcome to the team.
Clay?
Thanks.
Vice Chairman, excuse me. All right, thanks again. Welcome aboard. How about the County Manager's Office?
Morning, Commissioners. Austin Osborne for the record. Couple simple items. I want to let you know that we are in conversations with the Nevada Highway Patrol about some potential interlocal agreement work with the NHP and Story County to increase patrol on I-80 between Vista and USA Parkway. The folks that they have sent to represent them and work with us seem to have some interesting ideas and motivated. They're working with their teams right now to see what might work. It's possible in the next agenda or two that we might have something like that for this board to consider, or at least a plan. The next thing we have is I provided you and the public this document here. There's 10 copies in the back. This is just a halfway point on the Patrick Interchange Rehabilitation Project. And you can see on here on the right is a dotted line pretty much showing what's been completed or what's in works literally as we speak. And then there's about 5 weeks left and that thing is going to be wide open and ready to go. This was not just painting a lane on the road to add 2,500 feet of on-ramp. You can see on the top picture and the bottom one, they actually created a bridge. There's been a lot of construction on this to widen that and get it ready. So this should make a major difference in traffic on I-80 in that area. And then the last thing is the gentleman that spoke about speed bumps. I want to let you know I've had conversations with Public Works, and as these questions or inquiries come in from the public to my office or to the commissioners, then he and I talked. We're just going to bring them to the board case by case, let you take a look at the conditions of the area, give us a thumbs up for speed bumps. We'll go ahead and put a couple in, but not every place is good for them, and some places are good for them. So we are working on that now, and I definitely took notes of the conversation that happened earlier during public comment, and we'll take a look at that.
All right, so there's now a speed bump board?
We're looking at that.
Sort of?
It could be the highway commissioners.
All right, highway commissioner fits under. Commissioner Gilman, questions, comments?
No, thank you.
Vice Chairman? I'm good. All right, thank you, Austin.
Thank you.
Clerk Treasurer's Office.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jim Hindle, Clerk and Treasurer. Just wanted to give you quick updates. Property taxes are coming in strong and keeping us busy. Just for residents' information, if there's any question, if you didn't get your tax bill, please contact us. If you have any question about what the amount that's owed, you can still go to, even though you don't want to pay online, you can go to the county website, storycounty.org, and look up your property and the tax bill due, and then call us and we can run it through with you. But we encourage anybody that has questions, please call us regarding property taxes and what the amount due on August 17th is. Other than that, we continue to open new cases for the district court. Things are busy. As I said in the last meeting, we're going to have some court dates here in the courtroom coming up this fall. We'll keep you informed of that and if there's any conflict. But of course, that continues to be a hotbed of activity for right now. And then DMV continues to run about 300 registrations, titles a month. That kind of goes up and down, but part of the averages, and we're staying pretty close to 300, which keeps the DMV window busy Tuesday through Thursday. It will be closed next week for some vacation time. Those announcements are out, and I know Julia, the public information officer, is helping us get that word out as well. We understand the inconvenience that causes the community, so you've got all this week to get in here and get it done if you were planning on next week. Last but not least, within preparations for the November election, we're working hard right now to follow up on the undeliverable mail ballots and notices that went out to voters for the primary. Today is the last day of what's called the 33-day process from that mail in the primary when we can make changes to the voter rolls. There's a blackout period that starts tomorrow, 90 days to election day, where we as the registrar clerk cannot make changes unless it is initiated by the voter. We're going to be taking off about 79 voters going from active to inactive because of undeliverable mail and the inability to contact them or them contacting back to us since the primary election. Just want to let you know we're trying to keep our voter rolls as clean as possible.
Thank you, Jim. Commissioner Gilman, questions, comments?
No, thank you.
Vice Chairman? Thank you. All right, appreciate it. Is there anybody on staff or otherwise associated?
Comptroller McCain is on Zoom.
Oh, there she is. Comptroller McCain, do you have an update for us?
Nothing at this time, thank you.
All right. Is there anybody else that I forgot to call on that is here for an update today? All right, thank you, everybody. Great news. Moving right along to item number 9, which is board comment. Start off to my left. Commissioner Gilman, anything today?
None, thank you.
Vice Chairman?
I don't have any specific comment.
All right. I just have one today. We lost a Story County resident, Inez Heckett. If we can have a moment of silence for her passing, greatly appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. On to item number 10, this discussion for possible action, consideration and possible approval of special use permit 2026-029. The applicant requests a special use permit to construct a 345 kV transmission corridor within Story County. Transmission corridors, Mira Loma, Comstock Meadows 1 and Comstock Meadows 2 will be located within easements across land, zone industrial and forestry, with some easement encroachments on estate-zoned land. Special use permit addresses the proposed transmission corridors located outside of the official master plan map of Story County transmission corridor and the additional height proposed for support towers beyond that permitted by the applicable zoning district. Kathy?
Good morning. So Kathy Campbell for the record. So this was continued from our July 21st meeting. Since that time, we've gotten several, I think 4 or 5 pieces of correspondence through emails. Those have been presented to you. Some of it may be duplicates from something you've seen already because of the time. All of those are back on the table in the back also. So if anybody in the audience would like to see those. All of the correspondence, reading through those, are not issues that we haven't discussed in the past. It's not things that staff haven't looked at or talked about in the last 4 years of doing the EIS and then this project itself. So, so if we want to discuss some of those, I mean, staff has answers to all those questions and things that the people are bringing. The one thing I wanted to do, because at the last time, how do we move backwards here? So one of the things that came up the last time we were talking about, and I wanted to get us a better visualization of what we were doing, the petroglyphs had come up previously talking about like the distance and things. So Jessica was very helpful in helping me come up with a display just to give a visualization of what this was. So there's, in the documents and in the applications, it was talking about how the closest part to the petroglyphs was 0.7 of a mile. And I'm not sure about everybody else, but I have a hard time visualizing what that actually is. So we were able to map this on our system. So and these are all approximate. This is not survey quality at all, but to give an idea of 0.7 of a mile. This is the topo that changes for that. So here, this point right here, this is the petroglyphs, which is also this. The star is where the line is, which is over here. So that gives you a little bit of idea what the topography looks like in this area as far as the petroglyphs go. And then for me, it was like, well, how long is 0.7 of a mile? Can I visualize that? So we started on C Street just to try to visualize 0.7. And if you start at where the rest stop is at the very north end of town and come down, you end approximately at Flowery Street. So that's about the distance as a crow flies, not taking in the topography, what that distance would be. And then this kind of gives you another visual of just looking up the street, how far up the street that is. So, so today, and further in our discussions or whatever, this maybe gives you a little bit better idea if that topic comes back up.
Mr. Chairman, before we move on, Kathy, could you go back to the topo and just give us an idea of what kind of vertical change we're talking about?
These are 25-foot increments here.
Okay. And so potentially towers maxing out at 180 feet?
Mm-hmm. So, let's see. So 4 of these are 100, so 8 of those. So, 8.
300 feet?
You know, maybe.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
So just to give an idea of when we're discussing some of these, this is just the petroglyphs. I do have some other that we can show later if we desire, that look at some of the houses and stuff that are in the Highlands and see what that distance is. So anyway, NV Energy's here to answer any more questions that you have that came out of the last meeting, and then I'm happy to answer any questions also.
Thank you, Pat.
Thanks.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Tiffany Beach with NV Energy. I'm the transmission director of transmission development for GreenLink. Want to thank you for having us back. Really appreciate it, and also a lot of work that has gone in, a lot of information, so that we could make this presentation meet more of the things that came out of our last meeting. So with that said, we have quite a bit to go through, so I'm going to go through this fairly quickly so that we don't bore everybody to death. So presentation outline, first we're going to talk about special use permit overview, commentize in relation to GreenLink, and here public and private property protections, and then eminent domain proceedings. So I'm just going to start off real quick. The bottom line of this, and the bottom line up front, is we're here for a special use that does not grant us any private property rights or construction access. That's the important piece of this. So moving on. We also have property rights status map. This gives you an idea of, within Story County, all the properties that we have right of entry, the easement has been granted, is green. The yellow is the right of entry granted with conditions, and then the red is right of entry that has been denied. So what does the SUP actually allow? Again, this is a zoning issue. We're asking to be able to put a utility line in areas that were zoned for forestry, residential, commercial, industrial. That's what this is. What it does not do is grant us any property rights or right of access in any way. We have to go through the same rules and requirements of anybody else. So special use permit approval criteria, we have to comply with all of our general purpose goals, objectives, standards in the county master plan. We will get into that. Our location, we're not going to have substantial, undue, adverse effects on property, and then our property use. And again, I'll let you guys read through that at your leisure. So we did go ahead, we looked at the master plan and the zoning as we were going through commentize. We are consistent with your zoning, with your master plan objectives, and that's why we're here. The alignment selected, we considered the zoning, and we'll go through, I'll show you a map of how we actually did utilize the corridor where we could. So we'll get to that in a minute. And then NV Energy has demonstrated a willingness to accommodate landowners. So we have done that multiple times, and we'll get into that a little bit more. So you can see here, this map is our commentized proposed facilities for Story County. We were talking about this earlier, right? Your corridor, utility corridor, is the green line. We followed that as far as we could until we had to diverge to get over to Miraloma and over to Mackey and Comstock. So we did follow the corridor as far as we could. But then, based on facility location, we had to veer off.
And let me interrupt you real quick.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm sure it's part of some question down the road. So what is the need to tie into, for those that don't know, why are you tying into Miraloma and why are you tying into Mackey?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have got, this is part of our overall grid, our 345 that's coming in order to feed everything that is over here. And that's coming back into Story, that will be feeding Reno, et cetera. Then for Comstock Meadows, for Comstock Meadows, we actually, this is going with all of the NNIC and the industrial area up there.
Gotcha.
So, and that's what the Mackey fold is also feeding.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I'm not going forward. I was going to say. Oh, there we go. I got it. Okay. Sorry about that. So let's talk about the criticality of common ties within GreenLink. This is why this is really important. It really comes down to this bottom point. Without common ties, the GreenLink Nevada transmission program fails to achieve the intended benefits for Nevada customers. If we can't put common tie, this section here in, we can't create this loop, and we can't get that reliability that we need, flexibility, and we can't respond to emergencies or immediate needs. So that's why we need it. And just to give you a perspective too, this is showing our facilities, right, coming in relation to other transmission lines that are already in the county. So that you can see this is not new. We didn't just drop this into an area where there wasn't anything. There are other lines going through there. So why we need the special use permit now? It's timing. We've been working on this. The inception was about 10 years ago. We've really adamantly been working really hard on it since about 2020, 2021 with the BLM. And as you can see here, we've got dates. In less than a year, Comstock 2 to Walker River has to be in service. Comstock Meadows 1 to Mackey, just over a year. Mackey to Walker River, required by the end of 2027. So just over a year, and same with Mira Loma to Walker. That's important for all the timing. And we also have got some serious issues, which we'll get into here in a minute, with seasonal restrictions. So we have got some major seasonal restrictions going on with Carson River crossing. So back on the maps, where all the lines come up and we cross over the Carson River, we've got the eagle restrictions, we've got bi-state sage grouse, restrictions, and so that means if we miss our window, we're out another year. So based on the timing that I just gave you, that would push us into 2028. That's why this is important. Along with that, if we went ahead and we separated, and we had talked about that last time, if we took Comstock Meadows 1 and 2 and separated that from Mira Loma, what ends up happening is we've got to bifurcate every permit. We got to go back to the state for the UEPA for every single line, and then we're going to have to phase that for every county. When we go back through all of this, you look at it, it's a lot of extra work on our part, which makes us not really good stewards, and it's a lot of extra work that we're asking from all the counties in order to do this. So let's talk about private property protections. We have negotiated with 8 landowners through Story, 3 of which did not, we couldn't come to terms with. We started negotiating with them in 2021. We will see a timeline here shortly, and I'll show you. But we maintain that all the property that we have to acquire is through voluntary negotiation or eminent domain. Eminent domain is last resort. We don't like to do it. We don't want to use NRS 37. It's not our intent. So we also have got a whole lot, and we'll get back to the private in a minute. We'll get through some details. But I also want to talk about the public land versus private land and the EIS, right? Because that's come up a lot. Have we done our due diligence? Do we have an impact statement? This is my impact statement. In there, I have got, and this is just one. This does not include any measures or anything else from any counties on any permits. This is just what has come through as part of our EIS, and it is significant. We'll get into that too. We have to do public safety. We're looking at our SWIP, our runoff, reclamation. As you can see here, biological, cultural, construction management. This is all our mitigation measures. Now I'm going to show you our federal mitigation measures. Just for biological resources, I have to meet 50 mitigation measures. I have all that detail here. In order for us to go ahead and do anything for environmental protection, 35. We've got 24 in hazardous waste. That's on top of whatever else gets put into our permits or agreements. So this has all been reviewed. We have it in the study, and we also have processes and procedures within our own company and the project to make sure we're meeting all of these, and we can prove that. Oh, going back, I forgot this too. We also have a third party who is outside a compliance inspection contractor. They watch all our construction activities and ensure we meet all these requirements and any variances from the BLM. Facilities access, restoration, and county coordination. We want to use the routes that we can whenever feasible. If we have to go off for access, then the intent is we would go ahead and restore it. So if it's on BLM land, we are required to. Private property, that's up to the private property owners. They can negotiate with us. We can put in gates if they'd like gates. If we make a change on their property and it's something that they'd like to keep, we can do that. They can ask for improvements. They can ask us to take it back to the way it was. So there's lots of flexibility there. I just don't think they all know that they have those opportunities. So hopefully today this will help them. And then as we go through, we'll do a road use agreement, very important. We want to be able to not just maintain the roads that we're using, but maintain them for the public, and any hazards that we cause as a result of our trucks, we want to take care of them right away. So that's really important, would be a next big push for us, is a road use agreement. And of course, we'll work with stakeholders to restore all disturbed areas. All right, let's get into eminent domain. Eminent domain is separate from the SUP, completely separate. It's a separate filing, goes through a separate legal process. Anything that is decided here today gives us no legal rights to any private property now or in the future. All this is zoning. So with that said, the SUP doesn't convey any ownership. Property rates can only be negotiated, can be given to us through negotiation or condemnation. Condemnation proceedings are the last thing we want to do. And again, SUP doesn't determine valuation, compensation, or final property rights. So, and we always engage the property owners in good faith and try to work with them for years to sometimes our project's schedules detriment. So, why we're exercising eminent domain now is that with the exception of 3 parties, we've gotten all the property we need, and the NRS Chapter 37 allows us to do that. So we had 2 landowners. These are just quick cases of the 3. One, initial contact was in 2021. We worked through them until 2025. We ended up no more follow-up. We filed for eminent domain for condemnation on May 29, 2026. Landowner 2, very similar. Ended up going through to May, no responses. We filed. And then for landowner number 3, you guys had asked us for a conversation, so this is a timeline of the conversations between. We started in 2021, and then we went ahead and we filed in May of 29. We did have discussions through December. So then we went ahead, our legal went ahead and let their legal know that in December that we would be filing for condemnation. So landowner number 3, developer status, we had 3 lines here, or 4, 5, 6 attempts at it. And what happened is that we got alignment, you can see here along Story County. It's not until we have to cut up to our facility in Miraloma that we could not come to an agreement. Therefore, we went to condemnation. During the Planning Commission meeting, the representative of this developer was there, asked by the Planning Commission chairman if they were okay with the alignment in Story County, her quote. So finally, this is what I want to end with. Our commitment is important. I'm here representing NV Energy. I am NV Energy. It's important to us that we maintain our relationships, that we're good neighbors, that we're good stewards, but that we listen and engage. Keep you guys informed. We've made commitments to the Planning Commission to keep things informed, make reports regularly, minimize community impacts, restore affected areas, honor the permitting requirements, whatever those happen to be, remain a trusted community partner, and of course, design, engineer, and construct facilities in line with best practices. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
All right, thank you, Tiffany.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Gilman, do you have any questions or comments at this time?
Yeah, have you applied for early entry orders in the eminent domain matter?
There will be, we will ask in the eminent domain for right of access, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Commissioner?
No, thank you.
Vice Chairman?
Actually, this question is maybe more for Kathy. Are there additional recommended conditions of approval that have come out of the conversation that's happened so far, or are we still playing with everything as it was presented at our last meeting?
So, Kathy Canfield for the record. So I had included, based on some of our discussions from last time, some possibilities if we wanted to add. I've included in your information that you have some possibilities about expanding the county-owned roads. We talked about NV Energy wanted to come up with a development agreement for how those, if any roads, county roads were impacted, how those would be addressed, the fixing and all that. So I've included language about the development agreement in here. The second item that I had a suggestion for that we were hearing, and that this might help with some of the residents that have concerns, is they do have the third-party inspection that is for their EIS requirements. I put language in here that that person or would be agreeable to Story County, and that they would also include doing inspection for any Story County items as well. So I've added language in here. Both our building department and fire department have reviewed that and don't have any concerns with the language. That wouldn't replace their inspections and things that they would normally be doing, but this would be something that would be extra on the ground because we don't have staffing to be able to be out there 24/7 when anything's happening, which their inspectors are out there when workers are out there. So these are just suggestions, and maybe this might help with alleviate some concerns.
I appreciate that, thank you. I don't know if this is best directed to you or to someone else, but if I remember correctly in our discussion at the last meeting, we identified potentially an oversight in, I mean, we were given assurances that things would be put back, but we named county roads specifically, and I think we were asking about HOA-owned roads. Has there been any further discussion about that? Is that something that's appropriate for us to condition or include? Just trying to look out for everyone that's involved. Certainly I understand that if there are specific agreements with specific property owners, then that's taken care of. But it seems like there's a disconnect or a gap.
Well, again, Kathy Canfield for the record. For an HOA road, that's a private road, and they would have that agreement with the HOA to be able to use those roads. So we could put something in here. I'm not sure, maybe this is a question for Brian, how much we could enforce something that's on private property. And I also would want to leave that flexibility with those property owners or the HOA to do what they want and not necessarily what the county would imply our own requirements on them.
For sure. Certainly I don't want the county to get involved where it shouldn't be involved, but I just don't want any gaps or things overlooked that are kind of in no man's land, if you will, or between the property owners directly affected and the county taking care of itself. But
I'm not aware of any HOA issues at this time, right, if that helps.
Okay.
So I know they're not going to be on any 1 acre roads. I don't know, I haven't heard anything from the 10 acres, but I appreciate the consideration.
Okay. Very good. Well, and I would say the same thing about, there's been some ambiguity in the past about some of the roads that are out further as to whether they are minor county roads that we do not maintain. I know there are portions of roads that private citizens have maintained to maintain access to their property. There's been some friction there because it's like, is it a county road? Yes, but we're not maintaining it. Can a private citizen maintain it? Maybe, maybe not, because it's a county road, and I think we still have some ambiguity there. And so, would a private citizen think to, if they put down the improvement on the road, would they think to include that in an agreement for their property? Well, maybe not, because they don't think it's theirs. And so that's another gap. And I'm thinking specifically of some of the roads out into the 40s, some of the RS 2477 stuff, Long Valley, that area. Maybe it's not a concern. Maybe it's, there's nothing there. But those were some things that were on my mind.
All right. Thank you. You know, some of the concerns that were raised by constituents were, you know, there's going to be construction damage, you know, excessive dust or dirt going to Loustown Creek. I think you touched on that earlier.
You know, aside from what's in the county's control, there are federal guidelines or state guidelines that you guys have to follow. I've done some of my own research. I happen to know somebody very familiar with the project and the way these things go. And he confirmed to me that it is as serious as there's markers designating the end of the construction zone, and if they were to literally step over the line, these, the acronym of CIC, what does that stand for? Compliance.
Compliance inspector contractor.
Gotcha. So I was told, he's worked on many of these projects, that these guys are out there, and if they do something as silly as step over the line, that there's violations involved, sometimes there's termination. So I feel very comfortable that stuff that's out of Story County's control is going to be looked at. It's not a free-for-all. He reinforced that very heavily, that, you know, these projects are heavily monitored. And so if there's concern for damage to, you know, I don't want to say wildlife, but, you know, vegetation and things of that nature, that the rules and regulations are really in place to keep that from happening. So that personally made me feel a little better as far as, you know, any potential damage. Do you gentlemen have any more questions, or would you like to go to public comment at this time?
So I do have a question. You know, we're talking more today, please correct me if I'm wrong, we're talking more today about a zoning issue, and some of the questions that are coming up that we're discussing right now, would those be handled under the permit when they start building? That's something that we would watch over during those building permit
Tiffany Beach,
discussions?
for the record, yes, Commissioner Gilman, that's exactly what would happen. And then we also are working with the Planning Commission to make sure that we have, you know, we meet all of their requirements. They're satisfied with the oversight as well as our reporting of any kind of issues, violations, progress, areas where we're going to be in, so the communities can know.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
But to be clear, construction permits don't come back to us directly, that's handled by our staff.
Sure. But I think our concerns, we can have staff look at those things along the way, is my thought.
Understood. County Manager, you had something?
Thank you. Austin Osborne for the record. Can you just put for the record, and we had talked about earlier, the environmental impact statement and all the requirements that go with that EIS that are that document, that are part of the public aspect of this, meaning the BLM lands, federal lands. That also, those things, the environmental constraints and the things you're talking about are also going to be applicable on the private property element of this alignment, because the whole entire project is federalized. I may have used incorrect terminology in that, but can you just clarify that, folks?
So we are applying even though we're not required to, okay, we are not required to take this EIS and apply these mitigating measures to private land, because that is a private negotiation and they can ask for their own mitigation measures. However, we do have the monitors, we do have the processes and procedures to meet this that will be utilized with those crews on those lands. Does that answer your question?
I'm going to ask Mr. Chairman. Yeah, do you mind elaborating just a little bit on that? So then what environmental regulations and controls, not just the monitoring of that, would apply on the private properties?
All the same. So it has to do with we can't have hazardous material. If we have a spill, we have to report it. If we go outside of our limits of disturbance with the landowner, we have to go ahead and let them know, because they can limit where we can go. While we still have to maintain the environmental requirements on those properties, so that includes, like I said, the mitigating measures, the construction measures, the runoff, the SWIP, right? All of that stuff we have to meet, the dust, right? Then we also have within our construction permits, we'll have that, and then we will also have the protection for the private landowner in the negotiated easement. So it's multiple.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the commission at this time?
I have one, and
Oh,
actually,
please.
this is for Kathy a little more. You know, we've been engaged in this process for quite a while. Early meetings were as early as 2023 maybe, or even earlier.
2022.
2022. I know that you had documented some just items to note on multiple occasions. It's just me and you talking, no one's watching. in your opinion, have those been addressed adequately? Are there concerns about the responsiveness? I remember that I felt very clearly that the early stages of that process didn't really address our part of the project because they were conducted by federal agencies and very heavily focused on the public side of it. And I remember distinctly making comments to the contractors at that time or the personnel saying, we appreciate that. It doesn't seem to apply to us directly. We don't want to be a sticky wicket, but at some point I want to make sure those things are addressed because we're primarily private property, the things that our staff and our community have brought up. And would you mind just kind of giving me your overall broad take? It doesn't need to get into super specifics, but.
Sure. So we did start the EIS process with BLM, NB Energy went forward with, here's our project, had a lot of federal land. BLM said, we're going to do an EIS for this project. And then BLM takes it over, and BLM is the one that develops the EIS. We had a lot of frustrating comments and discussions and stuff with BLM staff, asking questions, and their concern, and I understand, their concern. They're looking at endangered species and endangered wildlife and endangered, vegetation and the desert tortoise and, a bunch of things that's their focus, and that's what they were focusing on. So that when I would bring up questions like, well, when are we going to talk about what's happening here? That was so minuscule to them, I believe, my own opinion, that it just didn't rise to their level of attention. So that when we were coming through the document, one of the things we were asking about was the alignment. And how did you come up with this? And where is this? And why is this not following our industrial land? I understand like the east-west portion of this trying to connect to Mira Loma, that is, the endpoint is where the endpoint is. But we were going through kind of trying to figure out which alignment and how did you come up with the alignment. They never in that EIS answered that question very well. However, this is where they finished their process with this, and this is where we are. One of the comments that we had was, is this consistent with our master plan? Is not following the transmission corridor? We don't really have an east-west transmission corridor because we never were connected to Mira Loma before. The idea of, having this connect over is now, this is when we're dealing with this. There was a comment from, I think a couple of people have commented, well, if this is not consistent with our transmission corridor, shouldn't they have to update the master plan and do this? When we updated the master plan in 2024, we purposely did not include updating that map. Because if we identify the transmission corridor, they don't need a special use permit any longer. And so we would lose that process of review that we're going through now and the way everything would be happening. We would have lost that. So we purposely didn't include it. If this does eventually get approved, then we will probably go back and map that and update the maps of where these alignments and stuff are. So yes, all the comments that we've had have been addressed, or they're things that are going to be addressed at the construction stage. We want to make sure as a county that there's not somebody, and I'm not claiming that this would happen, but somebody doesn't come in and just mow everything off. And they only really needed this, but they mowed everything because that's their thing said, I need 180 feet or whatever it was. So we're going to be looking at where are you doing, where's the vegetation removal happening, what maintenance needs to stay in place, and what maintenance can you, what areas that are part of construction that can be eliminated after the fact. OHV trespassing is a big concern. We didn't want to create a road between Mira Loma and Silver Springs based on this alignment. So we've been looking at, and we'll be looking at it individually, piece by piece, as the construction plans come in, is like what connects. Because there are some areas, like you can see, where there's valleys, and it's probably not going to become one solid road that goes between. But there are a lot of existing roadways out there, and we are very concerned with creating more nuisance because these are private properties that are out here. So that's one thing we're looking at, and every area might be a little different on how they would discourage that. How with the planting? Maybe they're putting in more of the rock base that goes down, so that's not really as desirable to drive on. Maybe there's places where it's private property and it's got somebody's driveway, they do put a gate on it, just so that it's actually defined as private property and doesn't look like it's just a scattered thing. The other thing is we didn't want is the whole thing fenced for the whole way because wildlife habitat and being able to get through, and so it's a balance on what's going to happen on each of these pieces. And that's what we'll be looking at when they turn in those construction drawings for those actual places. And we're not looking at 32 miles at a time. We're looking at here's these segments.
So thank you. I will also note that in the master plan, in the figure with the transmission corridors, it states right at the bottom, note, this transmission corridor map may be subject to change as Story County works with utility providers to map appropriate corridors through the county. I'm imagining that was a bit of looking forward when the update happened and saying, these are likely to change because things are changing with development patterns and other projects. And so it's an acknowledgement that while these are what we had seen before, there is likely to be a change there. Tiffany, I have a question. You showed us a portion of the alignment that was, I'll call it disputed. It wasn't set. How much of that portion falls within Story County? How much of it is on the Washoe side of the line?
So, Tiffany Beach for the record again. I think I want to say it's 13 miles. I think that's going up to Mariloma, that's outside of the Story County total. And again, we can't really say for sure because, I mean, we've got an alignment that we put in for condemnation going up to Mariloma, but that's where we're at, and that hasn't been granted. So.
Okay, very good, thank you. I think one of my concerns remains, you know, we heard pretty different stories about the conversation that happened with that particular property owner and the timelines and things, and I understand the need to meet timelines at this point. We have deadlines that are looming, and certainly if we can avoid any sort of delay, that's beneficial. That being said, from what I read in the emails from both sides, the dates that conversation were finished that we got from NV Energy or its contractors were last summer, May or June. It appears that there were emails exchanged that were submitted beyond that into November or December, and it appears that then nothing happened for months, and that's where it's difficult for me to go, well, we need to rush to get this done if it looks like nothing was done for months at a time, and that's where I'm having a little bit of the trouble.
I can explain that for you. Tiffany Beach again. So we went ahead, started negotiating with the parties. They're talking about two different conversations. We had conversations at a working level on the engineering alignment, and then we had legal conversations. The last legal conversation, and I do have our corporate attorney, and so he can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that the last conversation was December, and that was alerting the attorney that the landowner, that we were going to go ahead and file for condemnation. So that was the last one.
Okay.
Thank you, Colin.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I would potentially, and I'd love to hear from a representative of that landowner, and I might ask that instead of just 3 minutes of public comment, because this affects their land, they're somewhat involved, and so maybe there's some leniency on the amount of time they're given to respond to that, instead of trying to squeeze it into a public comment type period, if you so choose.
I'm going to look over to our DA for this one.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. With regard to this project, you're within your discretion to allow a representative of that property owner to come up outside of public comment, if that is, in your view, the most efficient way to handle the meeting.
All right. Are they here?
Yes, sir.
All right, you want to come on up?
You have 4 minutes.
Good morning, Jackson Crawford for the record of law firm Womblebon Dickinson. We represent Sunny Hills Ranchos, the owner of approximately 800 acres of property that this project will directly burden, the Miraloma corridor in particular. We are the landowner that they're speaking about, that they have not spoken to since December, yet they waited until May to file the eminent domain complaint, and we have yet to be served with the eminent domain complaint. After we continued the last hearing, or you all continued the last hearing, we expected some conversation from NV Energy, maybe potential additional negotiations. We heard nothing. We expected to be served with a complaint. We also, again, heard nothing. So this matter is not about whether the transmission infrastructure is needed in northern Nevada at this time, nor is it about whether NV Energy may someday later acquire the rights to the property. The question for the board is narrow. It's whether the county can approve a discretionary zoning entitlement today for transmission corridor that cuts across private property when the applicant does not possess the easements, property rights, or any other authorization to enter the property and construct these 180-foot transmission towers. So the answer should be no, and we've gone over this. First and foremost, the application is incomplete. We have not consented to this project. We have not consented to the alignment. Essentially, NV Energy's position is that, this is only a zoning decision. This does not grant rights to the property. But what it does is effectively lock Sunny Hills into this approved alignment without any negotiation. They're going through the eminent domain action. Filing an eminent domain complaint does not grant any property rights. They have to, prosecute that through to the end, through a final judgment. And we have yet to been served. They filed it 2 months ago, they say. So, NV Energy, we understand they're a public utility and they have deadlines, but they do not defeat private property rights, and we hope you all see that. NV Energy, they claim eminent domain is the last resort. However, they've had conversations with the other 2 property owners. Last conversations were, I believe, June or July of 2025. They waited until May of 2026 to file the eminent domain complaint, which has not been served. And then, so as far as the master plan amendment, so, there was discussion, and with all due respect, Ms. Canfield mentioned that, this was contemplated during the last master plan amendment, providing for the special use permit outside of the transmission corridor that was already approved. That way, it gives a process of reviewing it. However, last I checked, 180 feet transmission towers requires a special use permit, even if it's not involving a corridor or anything. So we believe that's false as well. And then a big thing, NV Energy has not provided any evidence or justification as to why they have to choose this east to west route and not go through the normal corridor. We have yet to hear that. NV Energy filed a special use permit application with Washoe County last year, and that was thrown out because there was no owner authorizations. So Nevada law is clear. Story County Code is very clear. Story County Standards and Practices is clear. You need a valid owner authorization, or you need to own the property or have some legal right to the property to even submit the application, or even for Story County to process the application. None of that was provided. So lastly, about the negotiations, we don't believe necessarily that the negotiations were done as thoroughly as possible. We were met with several, cold answers and, no updates. We don't believe, there was ever the effort on the other side to actually engage in these negotiations, almost as if eminent domain was the route from all along. And, while NV Energy argues, the power demands justify the prompt approval. We have looming deadlines, et cetera. Well, urgency does not replace compliance with Nevada law, the code, master plan. Public utilities are not exempt from the same land use and zoning requirements as every other applicant. So we respectfully request the board deny the application as it relates to the Mira-Loma corridor, or at the very least, deny that portion of the application and approve the rest, bifurcate, whatever the case may be, until NV Energy obtains the necessary property rights and can demonstrate full compliance with the law, Story County law, Nevada law. And lastly, Nevada longstanding recognition of private property rights, fundamental rights deserving meaningful protection. We believe, approving this application is one step in the wrong direction. So lastly, thank you for your time and consideration, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned two things. So you said that they did not explain why they had to take the east-west corridor. Did you miss what she said earlier? They're taking that east-west route because they need to hook up to Mira-Loma.
Right, well, that could have been done through the northern direction, was my understanding. Through a more
Around your property?
Industrial pathway, yes, correct.
Okay, well, I just wanted to clarify because it sounded like you said they didn't justify why they have to go east.
Well, yes.
So,
Thank you, Chair.
Anybody obviously wants to take the shortest route possible. So, the other thing that I'm confused about is unless my hearing is playing tricks on me, I could have sworn between Planning Commission and the last commission meeting that somebody from your office stated that you were notified of eminent domain 2 days after the Planning Commission meeting. Is that a factual statement?
That is factual. We were not notified by NV Energy. We were notified via the city of Reno through the application NV Energy has submitted through them. They included the eminent domain complaint within that application, so it's public record in the city of Reno.
Okay, so you're just simply saying you were notified, you just haven't been served the actual documents.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the clarification. Commissioner Gilman, do you have any questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Vice Chairman?
No, thank you.
Okay. So if you both are comfortable, I'd like to go to public comments. Anybody here for public comment regarding this Green Link? Come on up. I believe you know the routine. Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you.
Good day, Commissioners and staff. My name is Joe Sharmson. I'm a Story County resident and owner of a couple of properties in the Virginia ranches that will be directly impacted by this proposed special use permit. Today, I'd like to urge the board to deny the issuance of the SUP, either in its entirety or, as it's been said, the Mira-Loma segment broken off. The current recommendation and report submitted by staff and the Planning Commission is fundamentally flawed. The report claims the project, and I quote, will be compatible with and will not cause substantial negative impact on adjacent land uses and will result in no substantial or undue adverse effect on adjacent property or the character of the neighborhood, either as they now exist or as they may in the future be developed. I strongly dispute these findings. As evidenced by the numerous letters you've received by this commission, as well as the public testimony delivered by both the Planning Commission and previous board hearings, this project poses substantial adverse effects and negative impacts to individual property owners and the public at large. NV Energy and its consultants, including what they presented today, have failed to demonstrate how deviating from the approved master plan corridor is justified. They did not show in their PowerPoint today the top half of that map where the two corridors combine and they can go in a big loop and come back to Mira-Loma. There's no evidence of extreme geographic, topographic, or other obstructions within this proposed corridor or in the approved corridors that would warrant the intrusion this application requests. We're left to conclude that the proposed route is simply a cost-saving measure for Nevada Energy, a financial benefit for the utility provider that comes at the direct expense of Story County residents. While Story County attests to be business-friendly, those gestures come typically beneficial reward back to the county. Approval of this permit offers nothing of value to the county and only serves to harm people. Further, any implied assertion by Nevada Energy representatives, including today, that Story County's denial of the permit would delay statutory conditions of completion are at best incorrect and questionably deceitful. I'm led to believe the north and west segments of the overall Greenlink project are currently held up by issues with endangered species and encroachment on U.S. military land. As the commissioners, your leadership is vital in preserving the integrity of our master plan and balancing regional projects with the welfare of the local property owners. Because the current proposal departs from the established plan without any clear necessity, I respectfully ask that you protect our neighborhoods by denying this permit, or at minimum, the Miraloma segment. Thank you once again for your time and your dedication to Story County, and for your thoughtful consideration of this community's future.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment regarding this item?
For the record, Sam Toll, I can't help it. Just like my hound dog, Jack, every time we walk by Porcupine, when I hear the words eminent domain, libertarian Pavlov in me sounds off, and I can't help but exercise my empathetic or my opposition to that as an option for this. Austin, I remember when you went through the master plan process. It's a thing of beauty, a mosaic of all kinds of details, including the corridor path. That thing has been on record and on file and available for everyone to see, and should be recognized as the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Is there any other public comment related to this item? All right, not seeing any. It appears as though we've got a few choices here. I haven't heard anything new as far as concerns. I might have missed one, but for the sake of everybody sitting here, are we, after hearing anything today, are we any closer to a decision? If we're not, then I would ask that maybe we put forth some questions or some requirements from NV Energy regarding this process, you know, one way or another. You know, again, there is no other public comment that I can see at this time, and I believe everything that's been talked about, you know, we did get some questions answered today, but, you know, we're sort of rehashing what we heard last meeting, and so, you know, I just want to reach out to you guys if there's any new questions that we may have, or some requirements. You know, I assume we're not near a motion at this point, so I think, you know, if we have some more requests from these folks, this would be a good time to maybe state those. Or you have anything, Commissioner Gilman?
No, I think this has been vetted quite a bit.
Yep.
Through the county, through our staff, through all the proper channels, so we just need to make a decision here.
Yep.
In my opinion.
I agree. Vice Chairman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I certainly appreciate all of the input. I've read and heard what has been said. I think for me, a lot of my questions were answered about some of the concerns that have been expressed today. I think for me, the big sticking point has to do with the concept of us giving a permit when that gives a prospective use or right on property that permission has not been given, and that's a bit of a sticking point for me. Now, it's clear that eminent domain action has been started. Does that change things? My concern is, if we take action, does that put our thumb on the scale? Does that change the balance? Does that impinge on private property rights in the middle of a legal action? Is the proper thing to do? I mean, I'm looking at the alignment, and it appears that they, you know, at least in most of the Story County section, have tried to avoid going through more residential areas, that they followed the alignment up and then came across where there was a change between our zonings, right? And that doesn't necessarily solve the last bit, which I think is mostly in Washoe County, but anyway, for me, that's where I have a really hard time with moving forward. I think I've been mostly satisfied on other concerns that have been expressed. That for me is a bit of a sticking point.
Yeah, no, excellent points. I do want to point out that we approve special use permits with requirements in place. Now, they obviously don't have to do with property rights, but there are other things that have yet to be met. So that's kind of where I guess like you, I'm unsure, because if one of the landowners doesn't want it going through there, you know, I don't know if approving this special use permit is going to put them at a disadvantage or not. You know, I mean, Brian, do you have any opinion on that?
As far as whether or not the granting of the special use permit disadvantages one party or another.
Correct.
I would speak, that's a matter of opinion, and I wouldn't offer my opinion. I can give you my legal positions. Is certainly if you grant the special use permit, there is a permit in the possession of the person that is attempting to get the property right. But it's also been my legal opinion to you that the granting of the special use permit is not a taking of property. They are required both legally outside of the permit, and also they are required legally within the conditions that are set forth before you to obtain those either voluntary agreements from the property owners that remain, or secure those rights through eminent domain, and that is the responsibility of the energy company and not the county. But certainly the granting of the permit is a step in the process of moving forward with this project.
I've had the fortunate, I've been lucky enough to not have to go through eminent domain proceedings myself. You know, I know I'm asking a hypothetical here, Brian, but I think at the end of the day, the question is, if NV Energy has a special use permit from Story County, could a judge presiding over eminent domain see that as a feather in NV Energy's cap in order to maybe, you know, rule in favor of the power company?
The zoning, the change in the zoning of this property through the special use permit would alter that analysis slightly. The issue that will be set forth in the eminent domain as set forth by counsel for the property owners is whether or not, A, this is a legitimate and necessary use by the energy company, and whether this is the appropriate location for that use. And that will be the fight that occurs in that particular court, and then obviously as to the value. And so to the extent that you grant the Miraloma section, it would be a issue that would be before the court to say that Story County has agreed to this route, assuming that the eminent domain goes down, goes forward. But it certainly would not prevent the property owners from presenting that information that there was a least restrictive or a lesser restrictive or a route for the power line that could defeat the request for eminent domain.
All right, thank you, Brian. Does that help?
Yeah, it does a bit. You know, my biggest concern is setting a precedent that we give, permission for a use on property that someone doesn't control. This case is a little bit different because it's a public utility and they have the ability to use eminent domain. And so that's, yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Gilman, do you have anything?
Yeah, so as much as I'd like these two parties to come together and just figure it out on their own, that doesn't sound like that's going to happen. And so eminent domain is probably what direction they are going. It's my understanding that you can get an early entry within 30 days of filing on an eminent domain, so they get access to this. And so I don't know what that does for us to approve something, because it looks like that's the direction this is going to go anyway. So just my thought.
Okay. Are you comfortable with proposing a motion at this time, Vice Chairman? Not to put you on the hot seat, but.
I don't really know, Chairman.
Okay. Fair enough. Commissioner Gilman? No?
What's that?
Do you have a desire to propose a motion?
Oh, sure. I'll propose a motion to approve as stated in today's agenda.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to approve the SUP.
May I ask a question, Kathy?
Yes.
We also, if you're making a motion for that, also if you wanted to include any of these additional conditions or not.
Okay.
That we discussed
Noted.
earlier, just to keep that in mind.
Thank you. We do have a list of conditions.
Sorry, and add the list of conditions discussed in today's agenda.
All right. So there's a motion on the floor to approve the SUP with the noted additions and conditions. Is there a second? Take that as a no.
I think I'm going to withhold a second.
All right. I will go ahead and second that motion. So all those in favor signify by.
I think we have some findings of fact.
Oh, sorry, we do have findings, right? Can you read the findings, Kathy?
Yes. It was for a motion for approval findings. As listed on page 19 of the staff report. The applicant requests special use permit 2026-029 to construct three 345 kV transmission corridors within Story County. The transmission corridors mirror Loma, Comstock Meadows number 1, Comstock Meadows number 2, will be located within easements across land zoned industrial and forestry, with some easement encroachment on estates zoned land. The special use permit addresses the proposed transmission corridors located outside of the official master plan map of Story County transmission corridor and the additional height proposed for support towers beyond that permitted by the applicable zoning district. The special use permit conforms to the 2024 Story County master plan for the industrial resources and transition from resources to industrial designated area in which the subject property is located. A discussion supporting this finding for the special use permit is provided in section 2D of the staff report, and the contents thereof are cited in an approval of the special use permit. The special use permit complies with the general purpose, goals, objectives, and standards of the county master plan, the zoning ordinance, and any other plan, program, map, or ordinance adopted or under consideration pursuant to the official notice by the county. The proposed location, size, height, operations, and other significant features will be compatible with and will not cause substantial negative impact on adjacent land uses or will perform a function or provide a service that is essential to the surrounding land uses, community, and neighborhood. Special use permit as conditioned will result in no substantial or undue adverse effect on adjacent property, the character of the neighborhood, traffic conditions, parking, public improvements, public sites of right-of-way, or other matters affecting the public health, safety, and general welfare, either as they now exist or as they may in the future be developed as a result of the implementation of the provisions and policies of the county master plan, this title, and any other plans, program, map, or ordinance adopted or under consideration pursuant to an official notice by the county or other governmental agency having jurisdiction to guide growth and development. The proposed use in the proposed area will be adequately served by and will impose no undue burden on any of the improvements, facilities, utilities, or other services provided by the county or other governmental agency having jurisdiction in the county. Special use permit with the recommended conditions of approval complies with the requirements of Chapter 17.03.150, Special Use Permit, Chapter 17.32F Forestry, Chapter 17.35 Heavy Industrial, and Chapter 17.12 General Provisions of the Story County Code. The project associated with the special use permit involved public outreach associated with the Environmental Impact Statement, EIS, prepared for the overall Green Links West project in the state of Nevada, along with community meetings hosted by NV Energy within the Highlands and Mark Twain neighborhoods of Story County. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. All right, so there's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 2-1. Thank you, everybody, for your public comment, your time, everybody showing up here regarding this for the last couple of meetings. I'm just going to give it a second in case anybody needs to leave, so they want to stick around for the rest of the meeting. All right, moving on to item number 11. This is discussion for possible action, discussion workshop and possible consideration giving direction on county policies, codes, and contractual agreements regarding the use and management of license plate readers, including but not limited to flock cameras, monitoring systems. This item will be a workshop including discussion and comments from the board, county officials, and the public. I do just want to take a moment to state a few things that's a little bit different than the way we normally handle business. This, again, is a workshop. I have asked that the time limit for public comment be removed in order to facilitate more of a discussion because there are going to be questions that develop. What I am going to ask is that there may be a good amount of public comment today. If you agree with what has been said, and you still would like to come up and state your name for the record, I would ask that you not repeat what's been said. You simply say, I agree with so-and-so's comments. I would like to add a comment to, whatever you'd like to add. I will utilize discretion to keep this going. We do have other business. If this does develop into a rather long conversation, I'm going to ask that at some point, I want to make sure everybody that's here for public comment gets up to speak. And if there is a second round that you'd like to come up and speak, but if this does carry on, I am motivated to create a second agenda item at a further meeting further on down the road. So I just want that to be clear. I don't want to cut anybody off. I appreciate everybody that's come up for this discussion. And with that said, I'm either going to ask the sheriff if he would like to come up first. If not, I'm going to go directly to public comment. Do you have a preference, Sheriff? Not really? Sure. Let's start with public comment. Is there anybody here regarding the flock cameras? Again, I'll kick things off. We have, I believe, 6 flock cameras in Story County. They're throughout the county in the industrial park, by the Virginia City Highlands, down by Mark Twain, and in Virginia City. Recently there's been a lot of concern about safety, data storage, misuse of the cameras, and so I felt it necessary to put this agenda item on here so that we can address these things head on. I'm on social media myself. I will say you have to take everything you see with a grain of salt, and I encourage everybody to do their own research, obviously. Don't just take one video as fact. So anyway, that's the reason we're here today. Again, would like to see if there's any public comment in the courtroom. I'd encourage you folks to come on up. And, if you have questions, we can either note those questions down, answer them at a different time, or the appropriate people can go ahead and answer those questions for you. Mr. Toll, you want to kick things off? No time.
Sam Toll for the record, Gold Hill. Very much appreciate the opportunity to discuss this. I've been in communication with the county and with Sheriff Cullen. I want to start off by saying I very much appreciate his transparency, the information that he's shared with me and through public records requests, and the town hall that he held last Thursday in the Highlands. It's very informative. I learned a lot of things about his office and how they use this technology. 2 things, just as a little context. I grew up here in Story County, and I learned 2 things working at one thing at that school. Thomas Jefferson reminding me that the the price of liberty is eternal vigilance. And that's part of what has motivated my life. The other one, of course, is Merle Haggard's anthem, I like living right and being free. And these flock cameras bump up against the last portion of that song verse. In the town hall meeting, the use of these cameras were identified, and their effectiveness in solving crimes were illustrated pretty well. They're a great tool for law enforcement, and they provide the ability to catch bad guys. What studies have shown, and of course studies can argue any position that the author wants, but studies have shown that these cameras don't necessarily prevent crime. They simply provide tools for law enforcement to solve crimes. In the case of murder, the person's still dead. And so, these cameras don't do much to solve that. The biggest concern that I have, and one of the things I'd like to point out, and perhaps correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, is that the current cameras that we have do not have the more advanced features which allow for panning and zooming and to be used as a more effective and aggressive surveillance tool. They're pretty much about the same as a regular infrared camera would be. And if that's as far as the camel's nose got underneath the tent, I'd be totally cool with them. But the problem is that without anybody's permission, these things evolve and have the ability to turn into something that none of us expected. In fact, I don't know that Sheriff Cullen realized where these things have ended up and where they may end up when he first was looking for them as a tool to fight crime. So that's really the biggest concern. The other issue is that while these guys, Flock, are a scrappy little startup out of Georgia and are an interesting little company, have an interesting story, they're not the only players in this game, and some of the other players are terrifyingly well-linked and well-funded, and represent what I remember growing up as was what our country is completely against. I mean, I don't know how many people in this room remember organizations like, well, of course we all remember the Soviet Union, but in East Germany they had this group called the Stasi, and these people had rows and rows and rows of people listening to surveillance tape and documenting things that their citizens were doing that they weren't down with, and they, in many cases, those people just disappeared. As a point of context, one of the safest places I've been is Havana, Cuba, because nobody's going to monkey with me as a tourist walking down the street because of the authoritarian system under which they live. Communist China has 700 million cameras, almost one camera for every other citizen, and they live under what I consider to be a very dystopian environment. So with all of that being said, if these tools are vital to our Astoria County Sheriff's Office and doing their job, then at the very least, we need to put some handcuffs on them. I proposed, as you guys will remember, a proposed ordinance to cover them, and then I came across New Hampshire's state law that governs the use of these items, which limits, for example, the data collection to 3 minutes. And I'm all about keeping it simple, being practical and pragmatic about the solutions here. One of the cogent points, and I'll leave it with this and allow other folks to speak, is that during the town hall meeting, Under Sheriff Willett reminded us that when we agree to Facebook and to Google and to their EULA terms, we let them use our phone cameras and microphones. And I have a Faraday bag for my phone that I put it in, but if it's not protected that way, it's open season to track my travels. My brand new GMC has Google in it, and it's marking all my spots. But the issue, with the exception of my truck, and technically it applies there too, is that I can opt out of that. Okay, I don't have a Google or a Facebook product or Meta product on this phone. I don't have one on my other. I have one on my business phone, which stays in the Faraday bag most of the time. I don't have to drive that GMC unless I have to drive it for work. But these flock surveillance systems, which if you do your research are ridiculously authoritarian or have the ability to become that, we don't get to opt out of it. I drive to anywhere in the United States where there's 100,000 of these bad boys positioned, and guess what? I've got a dossier being created on me that talks about the truck, talks about any stickers I have, talks about any dents that I've got. And one of the things that Flock is bragging about, and I'm sure Axon, one of the other players in this space, is already developing, is the ability to use your vehicle to jump to your person and to jump to your relatives and other people within the network that you live. There's a reason that we lock our bathroom doors. There's a reason that we put our shades on our room, on our house. It's not because we're criminals. It's not because we got something to hide. It's because we have the ability to be who we are without someone looking over us, as they do in China, where their credit score determines how much they pay to get on the bus, how much they pay to do things that are regular life practices, all because the camera caught them jaywalking. I'll let other folks talk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment in the courtroom? Please come on up. If you guys want to form a line, if there's more of you, feel free to sit on this bench here. Don't forget to state your name for the record, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You're still morning.
Camardo?
You're good.
You're still morning? Thank God.
You might just move it a little closer to the microphone. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
I'm used to teaching. I agree with Sam on many counts. I am a law-abiding citizen. I don't do anything wrong. And I believe that surveillance of any type means that I'm a criminal. And I remember in this country, growing up, that we are innocent until proven guilty. Well, if I'm not guilty, why are you surveilling me? And even if these flock cameras are, like Sam said, are the bare minimum of what they are, they can't go beyond that because it's a slippery slope. It's like Nevada Energy coming in and saying, oh, well, we've got eminent domain. Well, don't you have eminent domain over me if you're surveilling me without my permission? And who's to say that these flock cameras won't advance in the future, or you have someone else come in with better technology to surveil even more people? Get in your face, facial recognition. We are not North Korea. We are America. It goes against American ideas. It goes against American sovereignty, bodily sovereignty. Do you remember what they did with us with COVID? Yep. I am sick and tired of being told what to do. We are in the United States of America because we choose freedom every day. I don't, again, go to the bathroom with the door open because I have a right to my privacy. And I want to mention a couple quotes here from Albert Camus. The welfare of the people. You know, it's for the children. Sure, the police officers do a great job with the tools they have, but do it the old-fashioned way. So Albert Camus says, the welfare of the people, it's always an alibi of the tyrants, and it provides the further advantage of giving the servants of tyranny a good conscience, because we're doing it for the children. We're doing it for your safety. And if you remember, Ben Franklin, for those who give up a little liberty for safety deserve neither safety or liberty. We do not give up our sovereignty for a little bit of safety. Sure, I'm really grateful for you and all the work that you do, but I also go into the TSA at the airport and I allow them to look at my license and my face and not put my face into that camera, even though they tell me that that's deleted immediately. Well, then why have them? This is a slippery slope. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and you never get it back. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment.
She mentioned her name.
Cheryl. Yeah, sorry. She did.
Good afternoon.
For the record, my name is John Tosti. I am a Story County resident and a longtime supporter of law enforcement. Commissioners, I'm here to oppose the use of flock or any other surveillance cameras in Story County. First, they create a dragnet of warrantless surveillance. A network of cameras tracking every vehicle movement lets authorities reconstruct people's daily lives without probable cause or a warrant violating the Fourth Amendment protection against unreasonable searches. Second, the data isn't truly local. It feeds into a national database searchable by agents far beyond Story County, including federal ones, meaning your movements could be queried without your knowledge or consent. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous.
No problem.
Third, there's documented misuse. Officers in multiple jurisdictions have used these systems to stalk ex-partners and others for personal reasons. When every car is logged, the temptation for abuse is too great and the oversight is minimal. Fourth, the effectiveness claims do not hold up. Independent studies show mixed or minimal crime reduction, and some touted drops coincide with periods when crime actually rose. We are trading privacy for questionable results. Fifth, there are better alternatives. Targeted investigations and community policing achieve public safety without mass surveillance of law-abiding citizens. Story County does not need to become part of a nationwide tracking grid. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment.
Good morning. My name is Monique Herbst. I'm a resident of up here, and I just want to say we were burglarized 2.5 years ago, over $200,000. Without the help of the camera, we would have never been able to catch the victims. Catch the criminals. There were 6 altogether. 4 of them we were able to catch due to the surveillance. It was instrumental in. Now we're in the middle of doing the convictions. We've had 2 of them convicted because of the cameras and the surveillance. So I am definitely in support of it.
Thank you for taking the time. Is there any other public comment in the courtroom at this time? All right, thank you for those that have taken the time to speak. Sheriff, did you have anything you wanted to add at this time?
Good morning, Commissioner. Sheriff Cullen for the record. I want to invite detectives, our detective unit, and I think Lieutenant Beaumont's still in the crowd. Yeah. Also, just say a few words. They'll catch the things that I don't catch. Okay. Just to start off real quick, some of the comments made by Sam, or Mr. Toll, I agree with. I don't have a problem with that. And I do agree with the last comment, sir, and I forget your name, and it's hard to see where you're at because I don't have my glasses on, but mass surveillance. What I wanted to do is just start off real quick with letting folks know we have 7 cameras. We try to have 8. We're working with NDOT to try to get another one on USA Parkway. I brought these cameras up because I had a very successful case in Carson City where we caught a serial murderer. And when I started working here a few years ago, I thought, what a great way to add some more eyes out there on the road. When we didn't have as many deputies as we do now. To kind of let folks know, the idea of this system wasn't to surveil or have mass surveillance. It was just an idea to have more eyes out there to see who was coming into the county that we might want to talk to, criminals-wise. Another comment that Sam had made was this doesn't prevent crime. I would disagree just a little bit that maybe if a criminal knew they had to drive by a flock camera or a license plate reader to go to where they're going to commit the crime, it might prevent them from coming to commit that crime if they knew there were cameras there. But again, it's not the Minority Report movie. It doesn't keep people from killing people or keep people from stealing. But what it does, it gives us an excellent tool in law enforcement to help fight crime. And I'm going to compare that tool to everything from going from horseback to automobiles, going from call boxes on the corners to radio communications, and going from believe it or not, my era of writing it with pens and pencils when you write your report to computers. I've seen that transition from not having the use of the cameras, and I think comments were also made that go back the old-fashioned way. Yeah, I agree. I wish we could be back the old-fashioned way. But a lot of crimes weren't solved the old-fashioned way. This modern technology is simply another tool that allows us to do that. I'm going to have Detective Hatley speak about a few cases. I'm also going to have Lieutenant Beaumont speak about our policies regarding police officer conduct and the use of these types of tools, including we have policies that cover everything from use of force with tasers, hands-on use of force, to automobile driving, handguns, all kinds of things, technically modern technology that we use. So actually I want to let Sam come up and speak a little bit about some of the cases, and he'll probably get into answering some of the other questions.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Good morning, Sam Hatley, detective. I've been in law enforcement almost 30 years. I can tell you I worked in another agency where they had a prolific amount of license plate reader cameras from a different system to flock, traffic cameras, and we use those as tools to help solve crime. It also helps us, it's a piece of that toolbox, right, to help solve the crimes. So we use license plate readers, witness statements, evidence, physical evidence to combine it all together. So we use flock here to help solve crimes, right? And some of the cases successful cases that we have solved because of these cameras, mainly because of these cameras, caught the bad guys either coming to or leaving the area after these cases. So one of which is the Highlands burglary off of 5 Mile. That one was solved with the use of flock cameras to identify suspects. We have, and a lot of these cases are still under adjudication, so they haven't been gone through the court process yet. There's a Highland resident who lost a significant amount of money because of fraud. These fraudsters came to their house and were able to con them out of a large amount of money. My partner and I used the flock cameras and we identified the vehicles that the suspects came to the Highlands, and we're able to make, so far we've made 4 arrests. Actually, we'll have one coming in tonight as part of that case. Residential burglary in October of 2025 in Virginia City. Some residents broke into a deceased person's house and stole his vehicles after he had passed away. We used the cameras then to identify the suspects, and then with the use of other surveillance cameras around town, identified the suspects and made arrests in that case. A big one is the Comstock Cemetery vandalism case. That's the largest vandalism case here at the cemetery in 160 years. And according to the Cemetery Foundation, none of the vandalism has ever been solved. With the use of the camera, we identified a suspect vehicle, identified 3 suspects, and that case right now is at the DA's office waiting for arrest warrants because of the license plate cameras. We've used the flock camera in Lockwood for cases involving maintaining a drug house for drug sales. Those cameras identified drug dealers coming and going from Lockwood. In the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center right now, we have an ongoing problem with cargo theft. It's really big. The criminals have discovered that's a good place to rip off trucks and trailers. That has been hammering us since December, and we've used those cameras out there to identify suspect vehicles and vehicles that they have stolen, trailers that they have stolen. We've been able to track the stolen trucks and trailers to other jurisdictions where they've staged them to take them to other counties or in other states. That's ongoing. We've made some arrests on those with the use of the cameras. Also, again, a big one out in the Parkway is metal theft. Ongoing copper metal theft from businesses.
Excuse me, Sam. Yeah. Our beloved siren's going off. think you're probably okay recording-wise.
Okay.
Thank you.
The other thing is metal theft that's going on mainly out in USA Parkway. They're stealing copper and aluminum from the business under construction. They're stealing it from, some employees are actually stealing it from the businesses. At the end of June, we identified a suspect involved in numerous cases of metal theft, identified his vehicle using the flock cameras, and were able to put his vehicle on alert. And then last week, when he came back into Story County, deputies caught him just after he stole more copper from a business, arrested him. He had drugs in the vehicle. We have identified, those cameras have alerted deputies to numerous stolen vehicles traveling through Story County, whether it be here in Virginia City or in the Highland or in the USA Parkway. What happens is a stolen vehicle is entered into NCIC. It hits off of the flock cameras. Hey, that vehicle just passed the camera. Deputies have stopped and arrested many people driving stolen vehicles. And then we've had other cases involving, drug overdoses, homicides, where somebody supplied some drugs and somebody died, and we were able to identify that person with the use of the cameras. So like I said, these, every day, we're getting some kind of tip connected to our cases from suspect vehicles passing through Story County and getting captured on the flock cameras. We don't monitor the system every day, all day. If we have a case, we look it up, and if we have a vehicle description, we look it up, and if it's on there, and sometimes the vehicle descriptions or the vehicles don't get captured by the cameras. And then we have to try and use other means to identify the bad guys. So.
Thank you. Sam, you posed something before you jump in, sir. We're a small county, right? We got limited resources. Are these stolen vehicles not being tipped off by Carson's flock cameras or Washoe's flock cameras?
Well,
I mean,
so,
I don't want to carry the burden
right.
of like stolen vehicles, because little Story County's got to handle all the stolen vehicles.
I can't give you details on how many stolen cars Washoe County and Carson City catch with the use of the cameras. I can tell you that they do catch them in those areas, but we capture a lot of stolen cars coming from Washoe County out to USA Parkway, because that's where a lot of people work.
Gotcha.
Or they travel through there. But I can tell you that the deputies, if they get an alert and if they're able to, they can go out and look for it. They're not always able to get out to where that vehicle is, and sometimes the vehicle's gone. So I can tell you that Washoe County and Carson City use the same systems, and I know that they capture stolen vehicles all the time too, but I can't give you numbers compared.
I just want to make sure we're not doing the heavy lifting, because we've talked about enforcement on Geiger because there's lack of NHP 80. It just seems like we're carrying the load, and I just want to make sure it's not because either they don't care and they couldn't bother with a stolen vehicle.
Oh, no, so I work closely with detectives in either county, and I can tell you some of our cases, like we just had a burglary of a storage facility in Lockwood, and because of the cameras, we identified the suspects living in Sparks, and Sparks detectives actually went out and contacted and arrested those people for us. So yeah, it's a give and take. We help the other agencies. Sometimes we get alerts on their wanted subjects, and it's vice versa.
Okay. Thank you for clarification.
Morning, Chris Hamlet for the record. I just wanted to kind of piggyback off what Sam a little bit. He mentioned many of the major cases, but there's countless smaller cases that we still use those license plate readers to develop a lead. And as Sam said, it's just one piece of a larger puzzle. We're not going to just take one photograph of a car and immediately go and make an arrest or base our case off of that. It's much broader than that. That's just one small part of what we have. And like the sheriff said, we're going to use whatever technology we can, because criminals advance in the ways that they use things, what they use. And so if we don't also use those same tools or advancements in technology to combat the crime, I think we're going to be always behind the 8 ball on that. So, but again, the flock camera or license plate readers in general, we have garnered a great success on those. Again, it's not just those major cases, but many of the smaller cases too. We also did mention, missing persons, missing elderly, things like that. Amber Alerts, they're used for those types of things too. So they're a great tool for us to use, and I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Brooke Beaumont, Lieutenant. I just wanted to let you guys know a little bit about our policy and how it works when, in particular, we have a new deputy, but for all deputies. First of all, these cameras are only accessed by NCIC certified personnel, and only our patrol investigations administrative, aka the sheriff, under sheriff, and dispatch. Our jail staff does not, our civilian staff does not have access to search these cameras. They have to have very specific parameters to even be able to search in the system. You have to have case, incident number, a reason, your specific time frame. The system won't let you search without those input features. And then another thing to keep in mind with these cameras, it does take a picture of that vehicle, and that is deleted after 30 days. So it does put a time limit, especially for investigations. If it's outside that 30-day window, that is gone, there's no recovering it. Most of the time when it captures these pictures, they're not the greatest quality, to be honest. You can't really see the drivers. It's focusing on that license plate. So you're just getting information that any patrol deputy in a car with a radio could get actually more information than the flock camera gives us. As far as training, before anybody can access the system, they do have to go through training. I will not create an account until they have completed this training, given me a certificate, and then we do have our audit trails on there. They are a spot check. We don't use this all the time. We don't have the time to sit there and monitor flock. It's not our job. It's mainly, again, just that tool so that we can get the information we need. We do have our actual policy in place that has the protections for when you can use it, who can access it, the training required, and then what happens if there is misuse. To date, since we've had these cameras, we have not had an incidence of misuse, to put it in perspective. And this also falls under our general standards of conduct policy as well for protections.
Thank you, Lieutenant Beaumont. I do have a question for you. I was put in touch with a contact from Flock, and they had mentioned that 30 days is standard, but we can actually pay for 60 days or 1 year. We don't pay for the extra storage?
We do not. We are on a 30-day system.
Okay, because they did mention that's free of charge, and then there are certain agencies that choose to have it longer, but they pay an additional fee.
Yeah, we are on a 30-day policy, and that is actually in our written policy as well. Gotcha. So it is 30 days, and then it is gone, of course, unless there's a subpoena or some sort of court order to retain that information.
Noted. Thank you very much.
I have a question as well, if it's,
if
it's all right. Lieutenant, would you just talk a little bit about logging of the search request? Is that all kept? How's it kept? So on and so forth?
It is. So it flags it in, like any electronic system, it flags it in the system itself. It's going to show who was logged in, the search reason, the case number, the time and date, etc. So basically what happens is when you pull up the audit screen, it's going to show you all those logins, and you have the ability to export it as an Excel file to, if you needed to export that information. But it does show the user, the search reason, the case number, all that information.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just going to mention, it looks like possibly in the packet, we may have only gotten the front and back on the policy, and so I'm hoping maybe we can get the even numbered pages as well at some point.
Absolutely.
I think it may have just been when it was scanned into the packet. So.
Okay. I would be happy to send that to you guys.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I have a question for you. Sorry.
Oh.
So with these cameras, are they specific to Story County law enforcement, or can a Washoe County law enforcement officer log into Story County flock cameras?
They can't log in through our logins. We do share networks with the other agencies in the area. However, their logins are gone in through there, and it's going to be on their audit. And it's their responsibility to keep track of their officers, why they're searching, et cetera, just like we do. So again, if I don't know what system Washoe County has, if it's Flock, you have to meet these certain information inputs. It will not let you click search and pull anything up until you meet these requirements. So yes, we do network share though.
Okay, thank you.
Can I piggyback off that real quick? I just want to say also that,
Just state your name for the record.
Chris Hamlin, I'm sorry, that, you know, the vast majority of the criminal behavior that happens in Story County comes from outside of Story County. It seems like a lot of the criminal activity is coming from Washoe or surrounding counties. So with us being able to also search where this criminal is going, if they're coming into our county, we can see where they're going, such as into Washoe County where they live, things like that. So that's kind of why we're able to track criminal behavior outside just of our county. I can also search other jurisdictions as well. So.
Sheriff Cullen again for the record. Just a couple of comments, and I think these guys got out everything I was going to mention or additional things. One of the things with the cameras, I just want to reiterate, it's a camera. It takes a photograph. It takes 3 photographs in succession and generally tosses the ones that aren't any good. It's not a video system. Mr. Tollett mentioned that it doesn't pan, and it doesn't. It's a stationary camera facing in one direction. Lieutenant Beaumont mentioned that we don't sit and watch the cameras. If a stolen plate, for instance, goes by a camera, it'll send an alert to the dispatch. The dispatch will then notify the deputy in the area that, hey, there's a stolen plate just went by, or a stolen car, or whatever that alert is for. If we have a crime, we might go to the cameras and see who came into the area, especially if we get a description such as in the burglary case in the Highlands where there was a blue pickup truck. What blue pickup trucks went by the camera. Something I'll also just comment on as a citizen and an elected official. I too am not a big fan of big government. I am not a big fan of surveillance, and it really annoys me when we get drones flying around town during tourist season, because I live here also. And I just wanted the commissioners to know, and folks in the audience that are still listening, if this was something that was illegal or unlawful or violated people's rights, as the sheriff of the county, I wouldn't use this technology or this tool. Unfortunately, this technology is going to be out there privately for anybody to use and sell data and do what they want with your information as you drive down the road. And that I have no control over. What I do have control over is the use of this technology in the sheriff's office, and we can use it to keep our county safe. Comments were made just a minute ago also, and going off what Chris said, and I spoke to the judge about this. We estimate, the judge and I, about 90% of our criminals in our county are from outside the county, 90%. And the majority of that 90% is the Parkway. And to your comments, yes, we do carry the burden of some of that, because we find a stolen vehicle, maybe the camera hits the car, we find a stolen vehicle, and in that vehicle are bad guys, and those bad guys have drugs or stolen property or whatever. And we end up with this arrest. But then we also find out they've been doing crime in Story as well as Carson or Reno or other areas. So as a regional partner to our other law enforcement facilities and policing agencies, we want to partner with those folks to solve crimes and keep bad guys out of Story County. I think we've been doing a pretty good job of this so far with the use of the cameras. I think that we have the right policies in place. We have laws. If there is misuse, which has been documented across the country of misuse, I do believe strongly in prosecuting those deputies, those officers, for whatever the violation is, whatever the crime is. And that's the same thing that would happen here in Story County. Again, this is a tool like any other tool that we use. And on top of all of that, with our policies and procedures and our letter that we send out, this information is open to the public. If they want to come in and take a look, go over our policies with us, have us send them the policies. We have a packet from the last town hall that we're sending out to email list with information from that town hall. I also plan on taking the same town hall to our other communities, Lockwood, VC, Mark Twain, etc. So those folks have the same information. I think and then I'll just end on this. The majority of letters I've gotten or argument, although there is some here in the county that people live here, there's a lot of folks outside the county that seem to have an argument for a reason that's not necessarily valid, more rumor or innuendo or hypothetical situations. So I think as far as a law enforcement agency goes here in Story County, I think we've got it covered. Proper use of this system. Agreed. It may change in the future. There may be new technology and new things come out, but those things still have to follow the guidelines. They still have to fall under folks' rights and the law. So that's kind of where we're at. But I'm going to stay in just in case some of that conversation brought up some other questions.
Please, and I appreciate all of you being here. Sheriff, I'll ask you, so it's been brought to my attention that the license plate readers we have in Story County are the basic ones. Question one, do we own those, or is that provided by Flock?
We, it's a, what do you call it, a lease or a vendor agreement, annual agreement. So as technology changes, they could come in and update those if we wanted to do that.
That was going to my next question.
Yeah.
So we have the basic ones. Is there a desire from the sheriff's office if Flock came back and said, hey, we're going to give you the pan, tilt, zoom, face recognition cameras? Is that a desire of the sheriff's office? If they were to offer it to us, would we take them?
For my position, no.
Okay.
For my position, what I'm seeing with the cameras that we do have, they work. They do good when they work. Sometimes they don't. They work good enough, and I think that we use them the way we use them in a responsible way. Facial recognition, I'm not a big fan of that stuff, you know. And I don't know. I'm just not interested in that right now.
And most of where your cameras are placed aren't facing the boardwalk. You know, they're on roadways. Typically, we don't have people walking. I would think there'd be less of a desire.
So that's a great point. I've seen some of the social media posts of these license plate readers on hiking paths in the mountains.
Yep.
You know, seriously, is that real or fake picture? I don't know. I would say that's not. Our cameras are on roadways. You can get into Virginia City without passing a camera. You can get into all of our communities without passing a camera. There where we thought that, as a group, we thought the most amount of people might travel or people might try to sneak in a back way. But again, we only have 7 in operation. One is a flex camera, which can be moved, but it's fairly stationary where we think it does the best. We have 1 camera that we were trying to get into operation at the south end of USA Parkway. I don't have a problem telling people where they are because there are apps out there on your phone you can download to tell you exactly where all the cameras are in the nation. And it's not a secret, you know, it's a way for us to fight crime and keep folks safe, I think.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Before the sheriff steps down, did you guys have any other questions for the sheriff?
I do not.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have just one. You know, I certainly, and from what I've read of the policy, you know, I'm pretty happy with it. I'm wondering if, you know, what your and I'm sorry to put you on the spot like this, but what your thoughts are if there's an appetite or an openness to consider maybe something more formal, like some sort of a regulation, a law, something on the county level that maybe doesn't capture all of the detail, but maybe a broad, if that were to give people a little more peace of mind that it's not a policy that can be changed internally, but around the use of the cameras. And I don't want to handicap their use or not give you the flexibility to change the details, but kind of the broad-based. Just curious what your thoughts are on that.
Well, I agree. We do need a few more ordinances to keep some of the stuff out without such big government, right? I don't have a problem with that at all. You know, I mean, that's up to the citizens that live here, and I think that's fine. What I would say, or ask the commissioners to consider, is the fact that the state legislature is considering there's going to a bill that's going to be introduced at the next legislative session that may give a state law regarding license plate reader cameras. So I know there's stuff, rumors and social media about federal level laws, but I know the state is coming up with something for the next legislation session.
Okay. Well, with that in mind, I think it probably makes sense for us to be engaged in that conversation. If it does look like there's something state level, make sure that the sheriff is involved in those conversations. And then if there's something on the local level that we feel is missing, that's something that we can take out.
Yeah, I'll tell you from my perspective, right? So the sheriff has drafted a policy. If I understand correctly, that policy could be modified tomorrow. The commission doesn't know.
So in order to address the constituents' concerns, if there is a county policy that's created, that couldn't be changed on a whim tomorrow. There's a process that's involved. So, you know, let's say Sheriff Cullen retires and, you know, the worst imaginable sheriff came to town with 2 iron fists. He could change the policy tomorrow to you know, make these cameras far more intrusive than Mike was comfortable with, right? If the county has a policy in place, it's a lot harder to change that. You know, and I'm with you. You know, my intention is never to try to restrict as much as possible, but I think to comfort those that are concerned, I think that's a way to address those concerns.
Agreed.
So,
And that's where I was going
yep,
with it.
100%.
Whether it's a countywide policy or an ordinance of some kind that
Correct.
where we can find the right balance of providing some set guidelines and then some flexibility for the actual operations.
Correct. So again, in the we do have quite a few items on the agenda. If there's somebody in the public that has not spoken yet that would like to speak, or if there is somebody that's spoken but has some final words, I would encourage you to seize the opportunity now. You know, and then at that point I'll ask where we're at as far as any sort of potential direction. So one more time, is there any public comment in the courtroom from anybody that would like to speak? Please come on up. Thank you, everybody, for coming up. Appreciate the information. Yeah, please. Thank you.
For the record, Sam Toll, Gold Hill. Again, very grateful for this opportunity, and again, for Sheriff Cullen and his transparency and the information he's provided today. We won't argue whether or not the cameras prevent crime or you know, what they do to solve. Obviously, they clearly solve crime. And I think that I might suggest that if, you know, the libertarian in me said the last thing we want to see is, you know, there ought to be a law. But I think it makes sense to put some guardrails on these. I almost resisted saying, using the metaphor, put some handcuffs on these things. But I think that it's important to have open eyes. You know, I've been working with computers my entire life. I don't live underneath a rock. I do live underneath a car. But I understand the need to keep our county, our sheriff's office specifically, with the tools he needs to do his job. It sounds to me like there wasn't any case that was described or mentioned earlier that wouldn't have been able to be solved as efficiently with one of the standard infrared camera readers that were developed, you know, and introduced a couple decades ago. And I might suggest that would certainly solve or assuage every fear that I have about the technology. Roseville City Police have documented a 71% failure rate in the AI system, providing false hits on stolen vehicles. The system, you know, whether or not you trust Flock to purge the data in 30 days or not is up to you. I'm a skeptic. I don't believe them as far as I can throw them. And then I would finally throw out this interesting fact that I read just the other day. The law enforcement entity that brought us Rodney King and the Rampart Division have recently suspended their contract with Flock because they're very concerned about the very things that we've talked about today in terms of the potential infringement on the Fourth Amendment, the ability for abuse both at the front end inside their agencies and in the back end with the folks at Flock. I've got some very disturbing things that I have receipts on in terms of the company themselves. I think they're bad actors, but again, it's not just Flock, it's the entire concept. And while I can't do anything about anything that goes on with Reno, Carson, or whatever, I can fight this. I will leave you with one interesting fact that Sheriff Cullen was kind enough to share with me, and that is that 121 agencies have access to our cameras. 29 of them have unfettered access, and there's folks in Florida and Kentucky and Illinois and across the country who, while Story County may not be watching them 24/7, they have the ability to do that. And I just think that's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, please.
For the record, my name is John Tosti. I'm a Story County resident. I just want to read this real quick. And it was actually a quote from Edward Snowden, of all people. Saying you don't need privacy because you have nothing to hide is like saying you don't need freedom of speech because you have nothing to say. Sheriff, you're very conservative, and I like that. As a matter of fact, when you ran the first time, I met with you to sit down to see what your values were. You conservative, you got my vote if that's the case, right? You're there to protect my constitutional rights. That's what you're there to protect. Everyone here is constitutional rights. I think if you think about this deep down, because this is just, we're just scratching the surface here. Soon, all the Ring doorbells will be linked to Flock. I don't think anyone here understands that. This is a dragnet of surveillance that we're looking at. And I don't think you want that for your kids. Like I said, I am pro-law enforcement, but we have to do it the right way. We can't, just because it's a superpower you've been given doesn't mean that this can just be abused and abused. And I know I'm not saying Story County is abusing it, but it is happening nationwide. They're abusing it constantly. There's officers being arrested literally daily over the abuse of Flock cameras. I like the idea that, like what you're saying, that because what if the new sheriff comes in and the new sheriff is, I don't know, all about like far left and we're gonna lock people down, we got another this, another that, and now we get to see when they leave their house and we get to see when they, and I don't want to live in a world like that. I don't want to leave, when I'm dead and gone, I don't want to leave my children in a world of, you see what's happening in China. You see that these people literally, their social credits, everything. And if we give an inch right now, we're literally going to be living in a dystopian world. And I don't think anyone here really wants that. I don't want it for my kids. I don't want it for my grandkids. And I love Story County. I moved up onto a mountain because, I wanted to get away from all the crap. Everybody here did. I'm sure. If you moved up here, there's a reason you moved up here. And that was one of my big reasons, was to get away from, just the constant surveillance over your life everywhere you go. I'm a mountain man, and I want to be a mountain man. That's all I want to be. And I don't want these cameras. Every day I leave to go to work, I make my right turn, I wave to the Flock camera. When I go to Truckee, I get off, I wave to that Flock camera. They know exactly where I go at all times. And it's just not right. And I feel like we need to start here, and I hope the Supreme Court does something. And this is going to be a moot point. It doesn't matter. I hope that those justices know what they're doing and they stop it. That's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your public comment.
Thank you.
All right, so again, just to be fair to everybody, I'm asking one last time, not pressure, but I just want to be clear because I'm going to ask for a motion at this point. There's no other public comment, right? Fantastic. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. If neither of you are prepared for a motion, what I would personally like to see is that we revisit this, maybe have some time to thoroughly review the policy and determine whether we would like to create a county policy on top of the sheriff's office policy to put in some additional safeguards if that's the desire of the board. Does that sound fair to either one of you?
I think it's not often that we sit up here and can agree with what everybody said.
Mm-hmm.
Sheriff's office and the people of our community. And so it's a hard decision. So yeah, I think it probably is appropriate that we look at this and see what kind of structure we can put to this.
All right, Vice Chairman, are you comfortable with the motion, or would you like me to make it?
I'm fine either way, and I would just say, a lot of what we do up here is balancing competing needs, and I think this is a very clear example of that.
Yep.
There's no question that civil liberties are a foundation of our society and our country. There's no question that everyone wants to be secure in their person and property. That also means private property rights. That's often the crimes that are being solved, and so finding that right balance, I think, makes a lot of sense. To be clear, we don't have operational control over the sheriff's office.
Correct.
He is elected directly by the people to do that. And so what I would maybe suggest, that being said, there are things that we can do. We're not powerless.
Correct.
We're, if you want to look at it, we're like the legislature of the county, right? And from that perspective, we have policies, but also ordinances or local laws that we can look at. And so my suggestion would be that maybe we instruct staff in conjunction with the sheriff's office to explore possible avenues to provide more permanent safeguards around the civil liberties aspects of ALPRs.
That works perfect for me. If you're willing to put a motion together, that's
Sure.
fantastic.
Austin, is that sufficiently clear, that kind of instruction, or is there something else you want to see in there?
Commissioner Austin Osborne, for the record, what I'm hearing is that you would like this item to be brought back to a future meeting after our team collaborates with the sheriff's office to develop a potential county policy that this board would consider.
Yeah, either policy or an ordinance or
Or an ordinance.
yeah, some sort of approach that seems to work for everybody that we can consider.
Okay, I can do that.
All right, very good. So I, Commissioner Mitchell, move to give the county manager direction to collaborate with the sheriff and the sheriff's office on presenting some possible policies, codes, or ordinances or contractual agreements regarding the use and management of license plate readers, including but not limited to flock cameras and monitoring systems, and to bring them back at a future meeting.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. I want to thank again everybody for the time. Your information, your input is greatly appreciated on the sheriff's side and on the constituent side. Thank you. Moving right along to item number 12, which is discussion for possible action. Consideration and possible approval of resolution number 26-833 establishing salaries for appointed officials, non-represented employees, and elected officials. Brandy?
Thank you.
Thank you. Are you clear to? Okay. Is there something we need to finish up before?
It's all equally important, so it's,
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. All right, Brandy.
Good morning, Commissioners, or good afternoon, I guess. Brandy Lopez for the record. Resolution number 26-833 updates the county salary resolution for fiscal year 26-27. The purpose of these revisions is to ensure the resolution remains consistent with Nevada revised statutes and the county's approved classification and compensation plan. The proposed amendments include updating the resolution title to reference both NRS 245.045, which governs salaries for appointed officials and non-represented employees, and NRS 245.043, which governs salaries for elected officials. The resolution also includes several classification updates. It adds the new engineer project manager classification at grade 144, moves the event and site manager position from grade 124 to grade 126, and updates the title of public relations officer to public information officer to better reflect the duties and responsibilities of the position. The proposed change to the undersheriff position from grade 148 to 150 will not be considered as part of this resolution today. The proposed adjustment will be brought back to the board for consideration at a future meeting. That is what the information that I just provided to you, and I also put it in the back for everybody else as well. Accordingly, the provisions relating to the sheriff's salary under NRS 245.0432 have been removed from the resolution and will also be addressed at a future meeting. As a result of the salary listed for the sheriff in the resolution has been updated to $128,346, reflecting the salary established under the remaining applicable provisions. The resolution also provides for the approved cost of living adjustment for the Government Affairs Director and Justice of the Peace and all other applicable positions. Before the board takes action, I would like to point out 2 clerical corrections to the resolution. First, the salary listed for the clerk treasurer is shown as $91,792. The correct salary is $91,732. Second, the whereas clause addressing elected official salary currently references NRS 245.043 subsection 4. It should also include subsection 6 so that it reads, whereas salaries are set by the Nevada legislature and county commissioners pursuant to NRS 245.043, 4, and 6 for elected officials as follows. This is the clerical correction to accurately reflect the applicable statutory authority. I am requesting that these corrections be made before the resolution is signed. With those corrections and the removal of the undersheriff's grade adjustment and the provisions relating to the sheriff's salary under NRS 245.0432, staff recommends approval of resolution number 26833 as amended. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Brandy. Commissioner Gilman, do you have any questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Vice Chairman?
Just one, Randy, and thank you for this update. I know I had some questions about the sheriff, particularly. This number that you ended up with was a bit lower than some of the other calculations or ways to arrive at it. I just wanted to make sure this included both indexing in whatever way, as well as the cost of living increase that the law allows for.
No, we took that out of it because the sheriff's pay would have included the 3% above the undersheriff, and since we took that out, we're going to move that to a different date.
Got it.
After we can get through all of those little questions that everybody had on it.
Understood.
So currently, this one only shows the 2% that would be reflected in the NRS, the 6.
Very good. Thank you for the clarification.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is there any public comment regarding this item? Not seeing any. Vice Chairman, you prepared to make a motion?
Yeah, give me just a second here.
Yeah.
I have like a little something if you want.
What's that? I found it.
If that helps at all.
Okay. Aye, Commissioner Mitchell, move to approve resolution number 26-833, establishing salaries for non-appointed officials, non-represented employees, and elected officials with the following revisions. The undersheriff will remain at grade 148. The whereas salaries are set by the legislature and county commissioners per NRS 245.043 sub 2 for elected positions effective July 1st, 2026 as follows is stricken and replaced with, or
Not replaced.
sorry.
Let's use fancy font,
Yeah.
not Arial. Way to go, Brandy.
The whereas, the other section, the whereas salaries are set by the Nevada legislature and county commissioners per NRS 245.0434 for elected positions should also include section 6. So it will now read, whereas salaries set by the Nevada legislature and county commissioners per NRS 245.043, 4, and 6 for elected officials as follows. The clerk treasurer's salary will be $91,732 and the sheriff's salary will be $128,346.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Brandy.
Chair, I'm going to ask for, I think this is appropriate. I want to ask you for a change in order in the agenda
Let's do
with
it.
the departure. I'll help walk you through this. Austin Osborne for the record, with Commissioner Gilman's soon departure at 12 or at 1:30. We may not run into this, but I want to ask.
At 1 o'clock or 1:30?
1:30,
Okay.
correct?
1.
Correct, 1:30. I can push till 1:30.
All right.
I think we could move item 18 to number 21 and move number 20 to number 22. I think there are a couple items on here that all commissioners
Okay, I'm
need to
sorry.
be
Say
on.
that one more time.
It'd be to move number 18 to number 21,
Okay, and then 21 is after 18?
and then to move number 20 to number 22. So existing number 18 to now 21.
And then
Existing,
what happens to 21? Becomes 22?
everything else would just fall into place.
Okay.
And then
Gotcha.
to move item number 20, that's existing, to become number 22. 22. I'm doing this on the fly, so I had not prepared this ahead of time.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
That's it. I don't know, make sure with our deputy DA that we do it in proper form, but I think that will guarantee that we have the commissioners here for critical items unless you have another idea.
Nope. Yeah. Anybody need a restroom break? No? Nope.
I'm good to go, but if we need a break, we can take a short one.
We'll power through.
Okay.
All right.
It's my understanding the chair has the discretion to take items in whatever order he pleases.
Yeah.
I just don't know if you have to do a motion and a second and all those sorts of things. I just want to make sure we do that.
Just to jump in here, if I may, the chair has. Sorry, I didn't know if you were.
No, you're good. You're good, Brian.
The chair has the discretion to take matters out of order on the agenda as long as they're not time sensitive, so you don't need to make a motion.
Yeah. I just laughed because I know we've asked you this same question multiple times, so. I got you.
I just put a tick mark on my tablet.
Yeah, I know. We pay you by the hour. It's good. All right. So we're going to recess to convene as a Story County Highway Board. Bring us item number 14, which is discussion only, no action, no public comment. Report of Public Works Department regarding roads and highways throughout Story County. And speed bumps. That was not on the agenda. Sorry. Should not be joking around.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Trent Scretta on the record. Public Works is getting close to starting the 2026 road rehab for Mark Twain. Pre-con is scheduled for Monday, August 10th. We have been meeting with Dowell to begin the road and drainage project on 6 Mile for next fiscal year. The project should help mitigate a lot of the past drainage issues and give us a solid 20-year road when completed from State Route 341 to the county line. That is all I have to report today.
All right. That's a good report. Commissioner Gilman, questions or comments?
Thank you.
Good.
All right. Sounds great. Appreciate it. Have a great day. Moving on to item number 15 is to recess to convene as the Story County Story County Fire Protection District Board, bringing us to item number 16, which is discussion for possible action. Consideration and possible approval of acceptance of low bid from BLC Builders for the construction of Station 75, Italy, project not to exceed $10,943,588. Chief.
Fire Chief Bob Rezer for the record, along with Fire Marshal Scott Snelling to provide some additional detail. We had previously gone out to find a contractor to do the build for the Station 75 Italy project. Went out to competitive bid, received 3 complete packet sets for that. Reviewed those with other county entities to help make sure we were meeting the expected standard. Scott has the detail of all of that with each of the pieces, with the sealed envelope process, etc. After determining that the 3 bidders, everyone had met the minimum criteria, then following regulation going with the low bid of those, it was determined that BLC Builders came in as the low bid at $10,943,588 to include all of our additional pieces that we wanted as options in the event that we were to go with all our options for the station. Requesting board approval to go into contract or go meet with them to establish a contract for the construction of the project to include whatever options we had discussed up to that limit of $10,943,588.
All right. Fire Commissioner Gilman, questions, comments?
No, thank you.
Fire Commissioner Mitchell?
No, I think I'm good at this time. I have maybe one comment when we get to the motion.
Sure. I do have a question, Chief. You mentioned that county departments were included in the process. Can you explain to me who those were? And did Locust play a role in any of that? Or Scott, either one.
Scott Snelling, Fire Marshal for the record. So I've been bugging Mike Northern for months now to make sure that I maintain compliance with NRS. So Mike Northern has been my primary contact for assistance in going through this. Where Locust Development came in on that email responses, being a private entity and doing very large jobs, they had offered free of charge their assistance for guidance as a construction management firm. So that was purely an offer to assist, to make sure that when the contract is drafted, the language is correct, to make sure that our positions are duly protected as a public entity.
Okay.
So, but as far as the bidding process, that was myself, and I did seek counsel from Mike Northern.
Okay. So was Locust legal counsel regarding that contract?
No. Locust Development has not done anything as of today.
Okay.
As of today, they've had zero involvement whatsoever. They've offered their assistance in this following process of creating that contract to move forward.
Okay.
As well, I've also reached out to our assistant DA with some other issues.
Are you planning on using Locust and availing of that offer?
It depends. You know, it obviously depends if whether or not we feel that the fire district is not comfortable moving forward, or the DA is like, hey, I think we're right. You know, it's after we've exhausted those that was merely an offer that they had made.
Okay, I'm going to express my feelings on the record as the chairman of the fire board. I'm not comfortable with that.
Okay.
So we've got resources. I appreciate the offer from them. I don't think we need to be availing of free services from a developer that is doing, or whatever their title is, a developer that's doing business with Story County. You know, I'm not comfortable with it. So as a board member, I'm telling you, I'm not comfortable with that.
I understood.
All right. Is there any public comment?
Interject at this point as well.
Yeah.
I feel compelled just to make sure that the record's clear.
Yeah.
Anytime that there is an offer of basically a gift of free services that would benefit the county, that's a matter that would have to go be noticed and presented to the board, in this case the fire board, presented to NRS before the county would be able to consider accepting a gift of services, in which this would be. I would also just remind everybody, I know that certainly wasn't anybody's intention, just be careful, because we want to make sure we don't ever run afoul of accepting a gift, because it implicates the Nevada ethics code and disclosures and what can be accepted. And so anytime someone offers free, I understand everybody's intentions were pure.
Of course.
But, not only to echo the chairman's concern, there's a legal requirement, the acceptance of any gift on behalf of the district would go through the board. It couldn't be just accepted without your authorization.
Thank you for that clarification, Brian. Is there any public comment regarding this item? Not seeing any. Vice Chairman, you prepared to make a motion?
I am prepared to make a motion, and there was just one thing that I wanted to mention and bring up, and, you know, in between the first time that this was agendized or around that time, there was some concern about the bidding process or protests of some kind. And while I'm not particularly concerned about that, what it did raise was an issue that I think we probably should be cognizant of and take proper steps to guard against. And I'm not, certainly want to make very clear, I'm not accusing anyone of anything, but as we move from awarding the bid into actually writing the contract, the issue that was brought up was potentially underbidding up front with an express intent to at some point add money back in. And so I know I'm sure we already have safeguards in place, but I wanted to put on the record that as we move into a contract preparation phase, that we're extra careful in guarding the district against a practice like that. And I don't know, maybe legal, the DA's office can help us with some wording that tightens that part up specifically to try to make sure that we're not exposed. So if that's okay, I just want to put that on the record.
Thank you.
I think it's just good business.
Yep. Okay.
So with that, I, Fire Commissioner Mitchell, move to approve acceptance of the low bid for Station 75 Italy project from BLC Builders for an amount not to exceed $10,943,588, and to direct staff to draft a contract for construction, taking into account the comments made on the record.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. Moving on to item number 17 is to recess to reconvene as the Story County Board of County Commissioners. Bringing us to item number 18, which is discussion for possible action, updates, discussion, and possible direction to county staff and lobbyists regarding upcoming bills, legislation, and other matters potentially affecting Story County, including, but not limited to, a preliminary draft Story County BDR regarding economic development, tax abatements, and other properly related matters.
Thank you. Chairman, Austin Osborne for the record. I really, at this point, I'm going to pass this right over to Will Adler from SSGR, as well as Commissioner Mitchell. Really, the principals have been working on the bill. We've been working together, but they have some things they would like to share with you and discuss and getting some direction from this board on where we're going to go with the county's BDR. There is options for discussion today, getting some direction, as well as visiting this at the next county commission meeting, getting some final direction from the board and confirmation. Before then, we would meet the September deadline for a BDR submittal. So this part, I'm going to pass it over to Will and go and begin.
Hello, Will Adler for the record with Silver State Government Relations, your lobbyist. We brought this up at a previous county commission meeting to sort of clarify some of the steps and the needs legislatively or sort of under Nevada NRS. Counties must submit their BDRs by September 1st. So some lawmakers, other people can sort of hold their powder dry a little longer, but we have to actually get it in now or we won't have a BDR come this legislative session. A little history is Story County actually successfully brought forward BDRs in 2023 and 2025. 23, we isolated some issues with NDOT, kind of funding around the traffic highways, and that bill did not pass, but it had an immediate recourse of just bringing the issue forward and identifying it as a county. We did a similar vector as a Story County specific abatement bill when it came to the 2025 session, and SB 69 ended up passing and did have an impactful change to the $1 billion and $3.5 billion abatement process. With that, we were actually sort of labeled as the most knowledgeable abatement parties in the room. And going forward, we decided, there's a lot of energy and a lot of people talking about not just data centers, but the entirety of the abatement program in Nevada. Today, there seems to be a slant towards wondering what the abatement program is or if we should even keep it at all. Because Story County is the biggest recipient of the abatements today in the state of Nevada, we think we also have the greatest experience with that, and we have the most ability to provide education to what is the abatement program and kind of what edits might be needed for it. As such, we've actually taken the entirety of the NRS and the chapter that covers the abatements in the state of Nevada. We did look at it from what is there today, what is their valuation of the current abatement process. Some you can only apply for once. Some you are restricted from having secondary bites at the apple. If you're a successful company that expanded once in Nevada, you're limited. You can't do it twice. Some of these things were oversights from before. Some of these things are updates that sort of bring abatements to the modern era today. So looking at that as a whole, we wanted to cover all of the abatement process, all of the topics, to make sure that entirety got forwarded to this legislature. My fear to date is that isolated pieces of the abatement chapter, data center specific, or sort of just the abatements as a whole, will be taken out of context by either Southern Nevada lawmakers or other people who have maybe stronger opinions than facts. Being able to bring this all forward together in one bill shows the unified nature of the abatement process and that we're aware of it and that we do think some educated updates would be accessible to the legislature to maybe not throw the baby out with the bathwater. There are some maybe legitimate concerns, but really the whole has been very beneficial to this county and the whole of Nevada. And we can kind of educate everybody better on that than anyone. And we really don't want to leave this flank open because if somebody else doesn't cover the whole of the abatement chapter, if somebody only isolates one thing, we're going to be playing a very defensive battle at the legislature trying to explain that one thing. Whereas we can bring forward the entirety of it together as Story County. Some of the conversations we've had on this are with the governor's office, the economic development, GOED, the governor's office themselves, because we know they too are aware of the abatement process being under focus from the legislature, and we're trying to be in conjunction with them and make sure we bring this up together because this is crucial to Story County to kind of make sure this continues, but also we're aware that there is some edits that could be beneficial to the whole state in this, but we do have the best background on it. From there, I think I'll surrender the mic to Commissioner Mitchell and maybe go through some of the details of the bill we're proposing, but this is the purpose of it. We don't want to leave this open for others to talk about incorrectly. We want to own this topic to make sure everyone has to speak about it in its entirety. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, thank you. So I appreciate the work that's been done on this. So writing legislation is a very complex process. What I'm hoping that we can get out of this meeting here is conceptual approval. In other words, kind of the big pieces that will be included that would then come back to this board before our deadline on September 1st. So that leaves us one more meeting. We have some potential drafting already, but I didn't want us to actually present that unless we were kind of sure that we were on the right track. And so we won't be starting from scratch.
Okay.
Silver State's done some work to get that in place, but I see this as kind of a check-in. Once we get that guidance from this body, then that allows us to go back to our partners, people like GoEd, people like industries that it would affect, and to talk about those and surface any red flags, look at crafting better legislation. It's going to have broad support, see what might be happening at the governor's office, and that gives us a better chance for success bringing the bill forward from there. So if that's all right, I'll take you through kind of some of the major concepts we're talking about. If you have issues with them, please bring them up and we can decide what to keep in, what not to keep in, and then we'll come back with a draft of actual language anticipated at the next meeting for a final approval from this body, if that's okay.
That works.
So we'll mention a couple of the items in the abatement picture that could use updating, and these actually were presented conceptually by GoEd last session. We've got a slightly different take on them, but the one that Will mentioned is a prohibition on multiple expansions. And what happens is if you can only get one abatement for an expansion, you might be able to take advantage of it as a fairly small business looking to make an expansion, but you're realizing that the value of that abatement is going to be pretty limited, so you may wait and grow more slowly until you feel you're going to make a bigger expansion, and it slows down the process of someone expanding in the state. And so finding a way with proper guardrails to make sure people aren't taking advantage of it, but to have multiple expansion abatements. And these are the standard, these are the partial abatements. These are not the big ones, which we addressed already last time. Partial abatements usually last 2 to 5 years at the most. And so that would be something that we'd look at authorizing or making it possible to have multiple expansions within the state. The theory there is we give the benefit to those coming from out of the state. Why would we not also encourage local homegrown businesses to continue to expand here instead of potentially moving to do an expansion somewhere else where they would receive some sort of a benefit? A second one that kind of goes along with that is what we call import substitution. When the abatements were put in place, there was a requirement that 50% of what you sold had to be sold outside of the state, because at the time our economy was really struggling and we didn't have the money. And so the idea was to get an abatement, you had to sell outside of the state to get that abatement, so that revenue would come back and pay the salaries for the jobs that were created. Because our economy has matured and changed, what's happening is we're having to import certain things in, and sometimes those companies would like to come here and co-locate. An example is a supplier for the Gigafactory that may sell 65% or 70% of their goods to the Gigafactory. They have no incentive to move those jobs into the state and create an industry cluster, because they are prohibited because they sell most of their stuff in state. And so the idea would be with import substitution, if they can show that what they sell is currently being imported from another place and they will replace that with something made domestically, then they can qualify for abatements. And so it's an elegant solution. It's not, it doesn't change the percentage. It simply gives another way they can qualify by showing that they're making something domestically that currently isn't available. So those are kind of the two main focuses. There may be some smaller ones that we would bring back as we discuss with GoEd. There's another piece as well. For some of the abatements, there's a split between what you need to qualify if you're in a rural area versus an urban area or a large county. And we may look at rural communities in a large county. So for example, you have Mesquite or you have Laughlin that are smaller areas that could use some economic development, but they're in Clark County. So the threshold for a company to get an abatement is much higher. They have to be a much bigger company, which is unlikely to come to a place like that. And so the thought was, if we could find an appropriate way to do it, to allow them to qualify as a rural area, it's worth proposing. And we don't think there'd be a lot of pushback from, based on past comments and past conversations that have happened. So that would be a way to help some other rural areas have a little more access to the programs. The other piece that we're looking to take a look at is modernizing the data center abatements. They were put in place in 2015. They have not been significantly changed since then. And as we looked at what other states are doing and trends, some are pausing, some are getting rid of. Overall, there are more that are rolling back than are expanding right now. And there's conversation around, are our abatements too generous? How do we stay competitive still? And this is kind of the route we're trying to chart. How do we stay competitive and still have something that's attractive to bring companies without giving away the farm, without giving away more than is needed or others are giving away? And so we have kind of a broad proposal on that. And the first part of it is to shorten the duration of the abatements. So the data center abatements abate sales tax, not fully, but down to a 2% from whatever sales tax was. And they abate real property tax, which is tax on equipment that is used in the business. They don't touch real property. So buildings and land are taxed at full rate. So those are the two pieces to it. Of the dollars that are abated under the data center abatements, about 75% of the dollars come from the sales tax being reduced. About 25% come from the property tax being reduced. We also find that the dollars are front-loaded because the construction happens up front, and so that's where they get the biggest bang for their buck. By shortening the duration, the dollars are not reduced. Let's say, and what we're proposing is cutting the duration in half. So there are two levels with different qualifications. Currently, one is a 10-year abatement, one's a 20-year abatement. If we cut those to 5 and 10, it would not cut the generosity by 50%. It would cut the generosity by maybe 30%. So the company is still getting a really attractive package. But from a local government perspective, we're not on the hook for those abatements for a long period of time in an industry that's rapidly innovating and changing. And it would soften the blow on the property tax side by 50%, and so, or significantly. And so that's the major thing. Now, in addition to that, the thought was to take a look at the qualifications. There's no indexing on the amount of money that a company has to spend to qualify for a data center abatement. And so for the shorter abatement, that's been set at 25 million. For the longer abatement, that's been set at 100 million. That doesn't reflect what companies are spending today. And so our proposal is to propose an increase, potentially a doubling of each of those. Our research has shown that mirrors what's already happening. It shouldn't squeeze the companies because they're already spending more than that. This just locks in that investment level. Same with jobs, and not a doubling because data centers don't use twice as many people, but an incremental, maybe 10 to 15 on the shorter abatement and 50 to 60 on the longer abatement, something in that range. We'll bring back a qualified proposal that's specific. Also looking at the wage requirement, maybe moving that from 100% of the state average to 110% of the state average. Story County is already well above that. State average wage is $32.86 an hour. Okay. This would move it up to just under 36 for the data centers. The average is around 70,000 a year, just to put it in perspective, and so this would bump that by 10%. So it gets you up a bit. Already in Story County, our average wage is at 41 an hour, and I think that's a reflection of the type of jobs that we have. So again, this is a reflection of what's already happened to a great extent, but it's locking that in, saying, look, you can't pay bargain basement wages. These have to be really good quality jobs. There are a couple other kind of technical things that we're looking, and they're minor, but one would be an automatic legislative review. So it comes back in 4 years. Legislature reviews it. There's a report created. They say, how's this worked? How's it worked? Another one is that while currently the Department of Taxation and GOED do audits or check-ins at 2 years and 5 years, that is not found in the statute. And so we would put audits into the statute at 2, 5, maybe a 7 or a 10, so that the whole length of the abatement, we're making sure that they're meeting the requirements. One of the other proposals we have is to extend the notification requirements that are in SB 69, that they notify the local jurisdictions early, and they include notification for a fire district, which was absent from the original.
Yep.
We put those in for the big, the $3.5 and the $1 billion abatements. We're proposing the same thing for the data center abatement. So if a big data center abatement is about to be given out, local are notified early. It does not include any of the provisions around having to negotiate any sort of agreement. It's just early notification so that we know that it's coming. And then there are a couple of, I'll call them inside baseball a little bit, but one is that sometimes when a data center is being built that has an abatement, their contractor goes to buy a piece of equipment to put in, and Department of Taxation rules that it's not, they can't get the abatement on that because they're not named. And so we're looking for a mechanism that contractors, maybe just the general contractor, or find a right way that are working on an abated project that they can be covered under that abatement, because currently they're having a tough time with that. And so we're hearing that from some of the abated data centers. And then one other, that allowing the job numbers to be met not just by those directly employed by the company, but also by a co-located tenant. So if you had a tenant that was there with you, maybe they rented your whole facility, they're going to bring in their own people to run that portion of it, and that you can meet the job creation numbers by the people that you have plus the people that the tenant has. Right now, we're only counting those that work for the company, but the model often doesn't include half or more of the workers that are permanently at that facility because they work for a different company that's leasing the space.
Right.
So that's it. That's it in a nutshell. There may be some other inside baseball or finer points, but I wanted to float those ideas, make sure that that's something that the commission is comfortable with. If so, we'll get to work getting out and making sure that stakeholders are kind of on board. There are no huge red flags. Doesn't mean we have to be held hostage by what they want, but we're taking a little different approach this time. Last time we were a little more maverick. This time we're trying to make sure that we've got broad-based knowledge and buy-in as we roll it out.
Yeah, it sounds, I mean, that sounds pretty solid to me. Commissioner Gilman, do you have any comments, questions?
I do, but this is a bit complicated. I guess my biggest question, in our county, you can get a building done in 180 days with your permits and water, and you have everything set up, ready to go, and we set it up that way. Is this going to affect some of these smaller towns and other counties that take a year or two to even get a permit to get started on doing anything on the ground? Is that going to affect this at all in any way?
I think that if anything, the early notification piece may actually help accelerate or let things work concurrently. Because GOED has to go through their process when someone submits an application for an abatement, often using an RDA. They start a process internally to get to a point where they then propose a contract with that company, and that gets approved by their board. That may take a number of months. Sometimes people start that separate from coming in and applying for permits. This just allows a little better coordination, and those things can run concurrently, and it's not a surprise. It shouldn't really have any effect on timelines from a local perspective. They're still in control. And I will say, overall, an overriding principle of everything that we're proposing is empowering local jurisdictions. I feel like often they get run over by the state, run over by the feds. Oh, and that's the other one that I forgot to mention that I should. I just remembered, and it's a big one. And so that has been our guiding philosophy, is how do we make sure that local governments are in the best position to be able to handle the growth and benefit from the growth. Yeah, I probably should. So there's one other piece that I should have mentioned, and that is that we're proposing, and again, we've got some more conversations to have on this one, but we're proposing to include in the bill a provision that no data center abatements of any kinds can be given to projects that are sited on federal land. We are not saying that we oppose building data centers on federal land. We're not taking a position on that. What we're saying is we don't believe that the local taxes and state taxes should be subsidizing if a company decides to build on federal land, simply because we cannot tax federal land. We get a payment in lieu of taxes, which is pretty minimal. We have more limited local land use and zoning controls over federal land. And so if a company believes that the better route for them is to work with the federal government, get their approvals and build on federal land, they can go with our blessing, but we're not going to subsidize that with an abatement of our tax dollars. And so they can choose that route, or they can choose to build on private land and avail themselves of the abatement.
Will Adler, for the record.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to clarify some of the things that Commissioner Mitchell stated and inclusion of the federal portion of this. A lot of these comments are not just our own. Story County and I participated in what was the Northern Nevada Data Center Roundtable for the legislature. It had Senator Skip Daly and Senator Nguyen there, kind of feeling out what are the questions or the concerns. And from the city of Reno and others came basically the notification that we included here. They said, a lot of these things get lined up before we know they're coming. A lot of them are worked out with GOED already, and it feels like they're already coming when we're informed about them. So that was almost one-to-one the exact same complaint Story County had when it came to the $1 billion and $3.5 billion abatements that were there before. We asked for inclusion in the conversation and to at least have 30 days notification when a big project's coming. The size data center that went to the city of Reno is not exactly a big project to us, but if any data center comes in, knowing their regional sort of complaints today with the public, these counties and cities do want to know that they were informed ahead of time so they could tell their public. It just is another mechanism where GOED could have more transparency in the handoff, but it is one where we talked to them about it, and they actually liked and agreed with a lot of the terms in it. But as the commissioner said, we're asking for general approval for these concepts today. We will go back to Governor's Office of Economic Development, some of the larger data center partners and other folks, and say, here's what we're looking at, and we do want to craft this the right way. The governor's office has said they do want to take on data centers themselves, and they might want us to have this in place, but with the knowing that we might have to take it out of the bill if it conflicts with their bill come legislature. That is always possible. We can submit the entirety of this bill to date, or post us editing it before September 1st, and still get that draft back from LCB. We can refine it sometime between October and November, and then really tune down what's going to be at the legislature the next year. So this is maybe the first progression of a longer trail where we state we want to cover all this to make sure it is covered. But when it comes to the fine tuning, we have opportunities to take it out prior to the bill's introduction, and we have opportunities once the bill is introduced to edit it and take out sections once it's in the legislature, as we did with SB 69. So the entirety of it, is there to make sure we cover it, but we're taking an eye with caution to what might stay or what might have to be taken out in the future. That's all.
Yeah, and the last thing I'll say is, we've floated a lot of trial balloons. We don't want to blindside anyone. We don't want to kill economic development. I think our precedent that we've set at the legislature is we come with reasonable ideas that can get support from both sides of the aisle, and we're aware that there will likely be other bill proposals around data centers, around abatements. We feel like with the knowledge that we have and with the work that we're doing, we're positioning ourselves for something reasonable, that's beneficial, that moves us forward and modernizes, but it's not extreme on one side or the other, and hopefully will be viewed that way, that we'll bring it forward and say, look, this is a reasonable approach to getting us closer to where we need to be today based on what's actually happening.
Yeah, the initial unveiling to me sounds pretty well-rounded already. So, is there any public comment regarding this item? All right, not seeing anybody. Do you have more questions? No. Okay. Are you prepared to make a motion at this point, Vice Chairman? Would you prefer I make it, or?
Yeah, let's see what. I'm happy to make it. And I guess it would probably be a motion by reference, if that's all right, and just a motion to direct staff and our team, unless Austin has other specific ideas, to proceed based on the conversation that we've had, and then bring back a draft for final approval.
Yeah, that works.
Austin Osborne, for the record, I would agree with that. You have a motion prepared in front of you, and really at this point is just to direct us to proceed forward as you discussed, and then at the next county commission meeting on August 18th, we would have a draft or at least a substantial outline ready for this board to make a final decision.
Sounds good.
Okay. I, Commissioner Mitchell, move to approve in concept this BDR and to direct county staff and lobbyists to represent Story County on known BDRs, bills, and other potential legislation affecting Story County as follows: to move forward in consultation and preparing a draft to bring back to this board on August 18th for approval prior to the September 1st deadline.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Will. Thank you, Vice Chairman.
Thank you.
All right. So if my numbering system is correct, we are now on item number 19.
Yeah, close enough.
Hold on a second.
Just say former number and use the one that's on it.
Former number 18. Yes?
You would be on former 18, and this would be right now the school district item.
Okay, so it's school district item. So what number do I need to be? What number is it? 19?
Hold on, it's not that. Yeah, you did.
Use this.
Going back to number 18.
All right, we're going back to number 18. Thank you, Brian. Discussion for possible action.
Actually, hold on, Mr. Chair, can you just please pause for one moment while I take a look at this, because I don't believe that to be correct. So right now, you just finished number 19,
Yep.
and I would ask now that you go to number 21, and then later you go back to 18 and 20. That's what the request was. So at this point, it'd be number 21.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
If that's where we need to be, that's where
That's
we're
where
at.
we need to be.
Okay. So, discussion for possible action, discussion and possible direction to engage with set parameters in focused public town halls and education sessions regarding commercial and industrial uses, development and related impacts and infrastructure, including technology uses, data centers, advanced manufacturing, and energy management. This includes continued discussion from July 21st, 2026 board meeting. County Manager.
All right, thank you, Austin Osborne, for the record. I'm really going to ask Commissioner Mitchell really to explain some of the things, as the last one he asked for this to be part of his discussion. But at the last meeting, there was some direction to staff to come up with some potential structure that would accompany town halls. And so went back, took a look at a couple ways to approach this, and I have a piece of document in front of you. The public has one in the back as well. And the front side of it says a sample meeting parameters, and the back side is simply sample meeting outline. This is a hypothetical meeting setup based on land use zoning and land uses. I think that this could apply to any type of town hall setting, not just that which would be discussed today. It's very broad, but basically it just has the elements that a town hall should have potentially, and the things that would be considered, and just assuring that the town hall is structured, informative, and is neutral, and then it points to valid documentation and things like that, that any town hall really should follow. And then the backside, of course, once again, would be a hypothetical meeting, what one could look like. This is all hypothetical. It's just an outline and a discussion for you all to help supplement discussion, and that's it. I'm happy to be of assistance otherwise.
All right.
Thank you.
Vice Chairman?
Yeah.
Taking this?
Yeah, I'm happy to. So this is a continuation of an item from a previous meeting around putting potentially some parameters around town halls around specific issues. And while I tend to be a little more freewheeling, I definitely see the wisdom in putting some structure, especially if we have staff involved in some of that. So, you know, this is helpful for me. Certainly, I think it gives us some ideas as far as ways to structure or ways to approach But I'd be happy to hear what my fellow commissioners have to say about it.
Commissioner Gilman?
No comment at this point.
You know, I'm going to defer to you, Vice Chairman, for a second. I guess guardrails aren't bad. I drive 341 every day. Thankful they're there.
Yeah.
How about this? Is there anything that doesn't sit well with you?
Well, I think, you know, initially, you know, like I said, I'm a little more freewheeling, and so the idea of, you know, turning a town hall over to facilitator feels like a little bit of separation from us and our constituency. But I certainly see the benefit in having someone run it who's specializes in that kind of thing. You know, and maybe I would feel comfortable if it was a town hall that I felt particularly passionate about, being able to provide an introduction or some context and then turn it over to a facilitator to set the ground rules and those kind of things. That feels comfortable. But no, there's nothing that doesn't sit well with me, I think.
Well, let me make some clarification here. So, I've held town halls in the past. If I choose to have a town hall with my constituents in the Highlands, this doesn't apply, does it?
Austin Osborne for the record. So really, I'm not asking for this to be an approved policy or an approved template. What it is something for you to look at and consider based on what I heard at the last meeting. To give an example, the facilitator of a town hall, I think, would be, you know, whoever's giving the town hall. It doesn't have to be another person in the room. None of these things have to be anything, but generally speaking, if I were to hold a town hall, which I have, I would have things like I do a welcome and introduction, a little structure. Why are we here? Pretty simple. What is a land use? Maybe just give the public that are attending just a little background of why we're there, some definitions, overview of local land use categories. You know, we got residential and commercial zone we're talking about today, and this is what applies to that. How land use decisions are made. By the way, public, you know, there's a planning commission and they're advisory to the county commission. Case study, maybe talk about, we have some houses on the other end of town that are in such a way that we're trying to resolve because they are not allowed to do what they're allowed to, and we want them to do something different. Community perspectives, it just allow, how do you want the residents to be involved? Are you going to do some Q&A, let them participate, let them say, hey, I got a neighbor here that I brought up, kind of like what you've done today's meeting. You know, you've allowed the public to participate. Q&As and myth busting, it may be applicable, it may not. And then really just resources, like what do you bring to the meeting? That's all this is. Not intended to make it complicated or rigid or heavily structured.
No, what I'm asking is to me, this is a better, these parameters are better if I, as a commissioner, am not holding a town hall in my district or another district. If I'm relying on county resources, you know, et cetera, I can see the benefit. Or for you, you know, things are getting, they're always serious, but things are getting a little more serious now with the data center discussions that are going on and other issues, power. I can definitely see this as being a benefit for staff, for you in particular, and I don't have a problem with these. I just, again, I'm going to go back to my question. You know, I think if I'm out there, like Vice Chairman said, freewheeling this town hall, you know, I don't need to necessarily take this into consideration.
Well, I think, Mr. Chairman, the agenda item was specifically on doing outreach around our industrial development, around data centers, and some concerns were expressed, rightly so, that without structure, it may not be a positive experience.
Right.
It wouldn't be constructive, and so I think that kind of specifically is. I still feel a compelling need to have conversation with our citizens, particularly to share information with them, to help them understand what is happening, what isn't happening, and I think this is an effort to provide a bit more comfort level around what that looks like, right? And what's the approach, what's inbounds, what's off limits, so on and so forth. And so So I'd go do my own thing.
Right.
I don't know if it's gonna have as much impact.
No, I just want to be clear, generally speaking. I
Yeah.
mean, you know, should you decide to do a town hall, I understand, I just want to make sure
Yeah.
we still have that leeway. You know, if you want to go meet with your constituents, that you're not.
We didn't want this to be in place for any time if we wanted to do something later on.
Correct. I understand what the agenda item is. I just wanted that to be clear that, you know, we still do have some flexibility.
Well, I mean, you know, given we're on a little bit of a time constraint, I guess the question is, does something like this provide enough structure that we feel comfortable, the board feels comfortable authorizing me to adopt a structure like this and to go out and hold a meeting about it?
Yeah, this looks good to me. That's why I deferred back to you. I mean, do you have any heartache with any of this?
I don't.
Okay.
As long as you're comfortable, and then, this is something you wanna take on, so if you see something in here that works for you, then we're both comfortable, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, again, to me, the biggest thing is there something on here that causes you heartache that's going to be prohibitive to what you're trying to get?
No, not at all, not at all. And, you know, keeping it fact-based, I think is important, right? And I actually really appreciate the suggestion around structure around Q&A, right? Where, you know, or post feedback where, you know, we can follow up with answers. We don't have to necessarily answer in the moment.
Yeah.
We can say, we'll take all of your comments and all of your questions. We'll jot them down and we'll come back, you know, and we'll get you answers to things to make sure that we've got everything proper and correct.
Yeah, the only thing I am not seeing on here, and if it's on here, my apologies. There was concern that staff would be put in an awkward position. Is there something in here that either could be, you know, at the county manager's discretion if he feels he needs to reach out to certain members of staff to get them involved, you know, so that it's not, I guess they don't feel obligated, you know? I mean, sometimes these things get pretty contentious. I think I raised that concern at the last meeting. You know, do we even need to do something like that? That you know, it's at the county manager's discretion that if he needs to pull in certain staff members that are willing to participate?
I mean, I think that's kind of given, and through the structure that we create, it allows us not to have a compelling need for the staff to be there in the moment to answer the question, right?
Right.
But
Okay.
to say, they've provided us information that we think may be relevant, we're happy to take your questions and then bring it back to staff and get answers.
Okay.
And so we have a flexibility there to go, look, we're not gonna shoot from the hip.
Right.
It's our job to give you authoritative information, so.
Okay.
So I feel comfortable with it from that perspective, but would be happy to hear input, either from staff or from the public, about something like this.
Okay, before I ask, Commissioner Gilman, do you have anything?
Do not.
Is there any, do you have something to add before I go to public?
I'll just say, Austin Osborne, for the record, I do appreciate the comment that Commissioner Mitchell just made, as well as the chair, that, you know, I'd be happy to help and assist and provide resources as needed. I think the principal goal I would have in this, at least for myself and my team, is that I know that I'm representing the board in these things. I've given town halls numerous times throughout the communities. Generally, I'm talking about the capital improvement plan, I'm talking about the budget, I'm talking about things that the board has already approved and ratified. I know that I'm definitely speaking for the board. In some of these discussions that are happening, some of it could be a little bit on the fog line. And I just want to make sure that when I'm out there assisting, or my staff are involved in these, or providing written opinion, that I'm definitely representing the three members of this board and not out on my skis. I'm the staff, I work for the board. And so I appreciate those comments, and I also appreciate the fact that I would work then with my team to provide, hey, can you get us some data? Can you get us some numbers? Can you get us some tax revenue numbers? Whatever it might be that can be used in a discussion. And then I would be the one that would interface with the commissioner in these matters.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment or any staff members brave enough to come up? right. Not seeing any public comment, are we prepared to make a motion?
If you're comfortable, I'm happy to make one.
I'm comfortable.
All right, I, Commissioner Mitchell, move that the county engages within set parameters, guided by this sheet, in focused public town halls and education sessions regarding commercial and industrial use, development, and related impacts, and infrastructure, including technology use, data centers, advanced manufacturing, and energy management.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
So,
County Manager,
my
Vice Chairman.
apologies to the board, to staff, and the residents, but I have a family medical issue I have to go take care of.
No worries. Thank you. I'm going to take this opportunity to just take a brief 5 to 8 minute break. We'll reconvene right around 1:40. We have three other agenda items to complete.
Yeah, you take mine. Yeah, I won't need this.
Thank you.
massage therapist. It's not 3. You said 3. You are, Jim.
You ready?
I am. All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order. It's 1:43. Oh, that's nice. We're going to call this meeting, we're reconvening the meeting, excuse me, bringing us to item number 18 on the agenda, discussion for possible action, consideration and possible approval of an agreement between Story County Sheriff's Office and the Story County School District regarding school resource officer programs in the school district.
Commissioners, good afternoon. Sheriff Cullen again. Basically, what you just said, yes, this is just a memo of understanding to bring in a program for the school. As you know, a couple years ago, we assigned one of the deputies to take care of the kids at the school, basically assigning that beat, the school beat. Last year, we started working on an agreement and with the school district, and I think we've reached a pretty good agreement. You'll see, I gave you some packets earlier. The agreement is scheduled to be approved as of this date, and then, it's made this date, and then it'll be approved and go into effect on August 17th, which will be the first day of school this year. And I have Superintendent Sadler here, who is new with the school district, to answer any questions that you might have for him or for myself.
Thank you, Sheriff. Did you have anything you wanted to add, sir?
Sure. Dan Sadler for the record. Commissioners, just want to say hello. New here as a superintendent, and as I've spent my first month here just listening and learning, it's become clear that, how much this partnership means to the community, and obviously my experience as an educator and working with Sheriff Resource Officer in the Carson City Sheriff's Department when I was down there. I can't say enough how much investing in safety for our staff and students is really an investment in student success, and just really appreciate the partnership and looking forward to working in this community.
All right, thank you. Vice Chairman, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions. I'm good to go. Thank you.
All right, is there any public comment regarding this item? Not seeing any. Vice Chairman, are you prepared to make a motion?
I am. I, Commissioner Mitchell, move to approve the agreement between Story County Sheriff's Office and Story County School District regarding school resource officer program in the school district.
All right, there's a motion. I'll second that motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you both. Appreciate you guys waiting that out. On to item number 20. This is discussion for possible action. Presentation by Eric Brooks regarding Dust and Wonder. I just got to say it on record. The entire time I thought it was Dustin Wonder. I'm sure I'm not the only one. Trail Railroad Spike, Dust and Wonder Trail Railroad Spike Trail, and possible discussion and direction regarding the project, including possible coordination of plan and implementation between the county and project proponent for consideration at future board meetings. Sarah?
Sarah starts for the record. So Eric Brooks is here with Dustin Wonder Trail and Visit Carson City, and he's going to give a presentation on the Railroad Spike Sculptures proposal. Dustin Wonder has approached the county to request the addition of these sculptures at several county-owned properties, such as St. Mary's Art Center, Historic Fourth Ward School Museum, Piper's Opera House, and the Gold Hill Depot. There's also several other locations that are not county-owned properties. He'll mention those in his presentation. So please note that St. Mary's Art Center and the Historic Fourth Ward School Museum are tenants of these county-owned properties, and they have been made aware of this project. So the grant that Dustin Wonder and Trail received covers design, fabrication, and transportation costs of the railroad spike, but the county would have to pay for the installation costs. Please note that the installation costs would be an unbudgeted expense for the county, and if approved and installed, the sculptures would become property of Story County, and the county would assume ownership and any associated long-term maintenance responsibilities. So with that, I will turn it over to Eric so he can give his presentation.
Thank you, Sarah.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. My name is Eric Brooks, for the record. I'm the Arts and Culture Program Manager for Visit Carson City and the President of the Dustin Wonder Trail Board. So, quick overview of the Dustin Wonder Trail. This is one of Nevada State's largest public art initiatives to date. We're very excited that Carson City was able to write this grant in partnership with over 20 stakeholders from Story County, Lyon County, and Carson Valley. So the idea originally presented was just going to be more or less a paper map. From there, it evolved very quickly. This all started nearly 4 years ago. I've been on the project for almost 3 years. So the idea was to be able to move visitors around the entire valley. People who come here, whether it be Lake Tahoe or for Reno or for Virginia City, they don't see any of those lines. So we wanted to be able to give them a nice package that's going to relate specifically around arts, culture, history, and heritage, and give them a reason to spend 1 or 2 more nights or to plan a trip specifically to come learn more about our incredible offerings here in the region. So we're using arts and culture to combine Virginia City, Gold Hill, Silver City, Genoa, Minden, Gardnerville, and Carson City. And that is a big old bite and a big task, and we've had a lot of fun being able to overcome some of those obstacles. So the first 2 years of this 10-year plan that Travel Nevada gave us was for public art infrastructure. And after long discussions, we realized that the one thing that really unites all of these regions, all of these destinations, is the railroad. From before the V&T, but especially because of the Comstock load, the V&T Railroad, its ability to go down in Carson Valley, all the agriculture, bringing that back up as resources to the Comstock, and then, of course, coming down to Carson City and what it did up into Reno. 1869 was the year V&T started. It was also the year the Transcontinental Railroad connected America. And so we wanted to use all of those links to give a compelling story of why people should spend more time here. So the V&T corridor landmarks, we decided that each region would have 9, each destination would have 9 of these interpretive railroad spike sculptures, and then we would do 3 larger ones, 12 feet tall, and those would be at the distinctive points of the V&T Railroad Depot here in Virginia City, East Gate Depot in Carson Valley, and the southern terminus point, which is currently Minden Mill. And then the big kicker there on the far right is the artist's rendition. This is a sculpture that we commissioned, and it's going to be 69 feet tall in reference to the 1869 years. And this will be permanently placed at the Nevada State Railroad Museum. So this entire design is based on railroad bridges. It will also be downlit. It'll be a reason for people to come. Even if you don't particularly like the railroad or know anything about our history, the world's tallest railroad spike is something you're going to want to see. So that'll be the draw. Or we can also, if you're just walking down the street and see one of these, and I have the maquette here too, we can talk a little bit more about in a moment. These will all be linked with a QR code, so once people find one of them, they'll be able to see the entire trail, be able to find these amazing little hole in the walls that they may not have known about. And then on the top, we'll have blurbs about the locations. And this isn't just about what this place was. We've written these very specifically to be why these places matter to me now. We've gone through most of that. So the translations, this is probably my favorite part of the entire project. So we have this is what the 4-foot one's going to be looking like, everybody. So we have the blurb on top, which is great. It's very average, typical interpretive signage. But on the front, we have a one-word identifier in Carson City, which we've already installed ours. One word describing the venue or the location, and then that word's going to be translated into 3 other languages, representing the people that were most affected or also affected by their work of establishing this. So in Carson, we did primarily Washoe, Shoshone, and Paiute. With the exception of Chinatown, we did Chinese in the front. Up here in Virginia City, we have a plethora of languages from all the people that were, all the immigrants that were here all helping. So we have Welsh, Basque, Spanish, Chinese, Italian, French, Norwegian, and then the same in Carson Valley. All of those languages will be involved. And those translators, we didn't use AI, we used actual people. So we have someone connected with the 1882 Foundation in San Francisco who hand drew the translations, and then we're able to vectorize into the system to be able to be cut out. We had people in Florida who did our German translations, the French ambassador in Reno, who's from France, he was able to do ours, do the French ones, I should say. Then we had people throughout Europe who were able to help on this project. So the sculpture formed 48 inches tall, 6 to 8 inches square, 12 by 12, reinforced concrete piers, 16 to 24 inches in diameter, 8 to 12 inches deep, approximately 150 pounds. And this is, I feel like this is more of a conversation too, so please, if you have any questions while I'm going through this, feel free to holler them out. This was all in your packet, and I don't think we need to go through it unless you want to come back to it. One thing, so these are the Corten steel. So this one is older steel that he made this with, scrap. Right now, the ones in Carson are very shiny. They will get this patina as they age, and all of the lettering that's been cut out. So this is an actual cutout, and they've been backed with stainless steel. So as these naturally patina, that silver is going to continue to shine through even brighter. These are fabricated by Jeff Schomburg. If you've been to downtown Reno and saw the Believe sculpture, that's one of his pieces with Laura Kimpton. Also at the Greater Nevada Field Home, he was the artist fabricator for that. He's got pieces around the country. He's an internationally recognized artist. He lives in Reno, and we were able to collaborate with him on this project. We were very excited that he was able to do it. So we want these to be at art, culture, historical venues. And we've been working with the venues here. And as I mentioned, that stakeholder group, Todd was on it, A was on it. So this has been a very community-oriented project from the very beginning. This wasn't Visit Carson City. This wasn't something I wanted to do. This was everybody in the same room collaborating on this. So we want them to be visible to pedestrians without obstructing any sight lines to historic buildings. We don't want them to interfere with existing pathways, landscaping, snow removal, or site features. I know that was a concern. Set back sufficiently from historic structures so as to not create a visual impression of attachment or alteration. Be able to have that interaction with the QR code and then the interpretive panels. And so we have some ideas of where we would like these to go, and that's why we're here, is to seek some more opinions and approvals. These are currently being fabricated concurrently with this project, with the timeline. We started everything at the same time, and that grant deadline is October 8th for the pieces to be completed. Installation has nothing to do with the grant, so we just need to have them be, well, to be made, basically. So the historic preservation compatibility, we're working with all the historic districts and their standards. The sculptures are freestanding, independent objects. They do not attach, alter, or obscure any historic features or buildings. The abstract industrial form is clearly distinguishable as contemporary public art. It doesn't try to imitate historic architectural elements. Non-combustible, non-toxic, removable. We talked about the patina, and that goes great with what we have up here in Virginia City, and that was a concern down in Carson Valley as well, that they weren't going to be garish out of the way. And if you wanted to come down and see some of the ones in Carson City, the only negative that I can say about them is they don't show up enough. They really do tuck into that landscape, and they're very natural. The content that will be on top, and also with that QR code to a wider story online, celebrate and promote Story County's significance of the Comstock lode and the region's railroad and mining heritage. And I don't think we can stress that enough. For people who have lived here for a few years, that's kind of what we know. It's the Comstock lode. It's a big deal. It is a huge deal. This changed the world. The way that we were able to use the railroads changed the world. And this is a story that is not told enough. I don't think even the people that live here understand what an important time this was. The innovation, the technology. This is a big deal, and we need to be shouting it from the rooftops. So the Dustin Wonder Trail and Visit Carson City will assist with all city, state, county, and national regulatory compliances and permitting requirements. And special thanks to Lisa and Sarah here in Story County for their help in getting us this far and holding my hand, as this is a fairly new process for me. So here in Story County, St. Mary's Art Center, that one seems like a no-brainer. Historic Fourth Ward School, Silver Terrace Cemeteries, talk about a little hill with a lot of stories. Piper's Opera House, Gold Hill Depot, V&T Railroad Company Depot, and the Pit Stop. So there we have the words, the languages. We can go back to those if you have any questions. I think the highlight for Candace was getting Caboose approved by her board. A little tongue-in-cheek there. My favorite is the Gold Hill Depot. I know that there is talk about having the Grosh Brothers in a sculpture there at the Gold Hill Depot. The gentleman that was proposing that met with me when I first got this position. I knew nothing about the Grosh Brothers, and I'm a betting man. I would bet that anyone outside of this room has never heard of the Grosh Brothers. And why this story hasn't been made into a movie is absolutely beyond my mind. This is a crazy story of what these two brothers went through, and then the story of how the Comstock got named, and it's absolutely something that everybody should know about. So being able to give a little bit of depth to their story with this interpretive sculpture there at the Gold Hill Depot, I think is really, really important and something I'm proud to be a part of. So here are some that we were able to install in Carson City in June. To my left is Brewery Art Center. So art, that's a pretty typical, you would expect that. And then we have the Washoe here on the side. This is my favorite one in all of Carson right now as far as placement goes. When you come up and around that corner and look towards the museum, you've got the flagpole, the sculpture, the old water fountain. When you're leaving the building, it lines up directly with eye of sight. It's going to have people explore the campus a little bit more. It's going to draw people in. People who didn't know about Stewart Indian School, when they're at the large-scale 69-foot driven monument, they're going to want to come see Stewart Indian School now. So that's the goal, is to really get people moving around. So for St. Mary's Art Center, we're proposing that it be here. There's a couple different photos of that. So again, tucked into the landscape, not garish, easily recognized and being able to be found. Fourth Ward School, along with the other interpretive signage there, just off to the northwest. And all of these locations, I've talked with either the venue executive directors or people on the board. This was, again, a decision by committee, not something that I was pushing for. Silver City Cemetery is there in front of that pine tree. And talk about a place for selfies. Being able to look over the valley there in the cemetery and get photos, it's going to be incredible. Piper's Opera House. I like this one a lot. Again, it's not going to be in anyone's way. It's not going to have any issues with snow removal. And then the Pit Stop, there was some concern about, because of the way this tract of land, where it's owned, we'll work with whoever wants to come out and do an exact siting, exact placement. In talking with Mark, he's very excited about this, and he's happy for it to be wherever everyone thinks it should be. Again, a reason that would draw people in here who might not be there, be able to explore, touch some of that metal, hear that story of innovation that Virginia City was able to build. Gold Hill Depot, again, down where people are going to be milling around. There's already some interpreters signage there. Then so then we get to the 12-foot one. So this is for the V&T. This is going to be across from the depot. Tom was reticent to have it be on property because people will be visiting it year-round, and he didn't want people on and off the property when it wasn't open. So he proposed to move it over in the parking lot. He's happy to build the pad out there and help with the install. And again, with those Instagram photos, any way you look at it, from it being there, it's going to be absolutely stellar. And the 12-foot ones are a little bit different. So I brought the maquette of the 4-foot one. The 12-foot ones have a little bit different design. They've got that see-through look. And that is based on the artist's idea that all of those slats represent railroad. Help me out with the word, Clay.
Tracks.
There we go. Railroad tracks. So we've got all those railroad tracks running, and then we've got space on each side for interpretive signage. For Virginia City, we're working with Tom on telling the story of the sound of the Comstock and what it would have really been like up here with all of that noise, the stamp mills constantly going off. Then on the other side, and for the QR side of things, we're working with a designer right now, Pixel Bank. We're going to be doing some AR, AI integrated signage for Driven at the museum with the Washoe tribe. I'm happy to tell you more about that if you'd like to know. It's going to be really exciting. But we'll be able to have a sound element on this down the road so people can just scan that QR code, and then we'll have that immersive sound for them to hear. And then on the other side, we want to tell the history of how the V&T was saved and talk about Tom's dad and Tom himself and that amazing crew of volunteers and donors who have made this a reality. Then we've got some more dimensions for those. So 12 feet, 36 by 36 pier, 24 inches deep. We don't need to go through that unless you'd like it. So the initial color is going to be dark bronze. So it's going to be a little bit darker than this. It'll actually be stained. So that helps for a couple of reasons. Main thing, maintenance. All of these are basically maintenance free. We went through that. So this is kind of the same stuff we went through. So for the 12-foot ones, Seth Johnson, who's based in Carson City, these have already been built, and they are in his yard awaiting the final approval for verbiage. Then we'll have that engraved, attached to the pieces, and they'll be ready for install. It's unlikely that those will go in before September. Seth is also doing the monument. So he's doing the 12-foot ones and the 69-foot one. 69-foot tall, world's tallest, Driven, is almost finished. It's at the final stages of fabrication. It will be traveling to the Black Rock Desert and be part of the Burning Man Art Festival this year. We're happy about that because it gives us international visibility. People who go to that event return, and they're going to want to come see pieces that were at the burn. We've seen incredible success with Reno placing these Burning Man sculptures throughout their areas and the visitation they've been able to receive. Having Driven be a permanent piece in Carson City will affect all of our region. It's going to be very positive. It's a way the creative economy is going to affect all of us. We already went through those with the other one. So thank you. And if you need a trade mural, I know a guy. We did this a couple months ago in Winnemucca behind the convention center. That's Bill Lewis, based out of Salt Lake.
Nice.
And I do have letters, some things that Joe Curtis asked for the Comstock Historic District Commission were notarized letters from all of the venues. We have letters from all of the venues. Some of them still need to be notarized. Mr. Tuttle wanted to make sure that we got some more of the permissions before he got that notarized letter. He didn't want to give permission. But everyone's on board on the street level of this, and we're very excited to be able to bring it to you now and to hear any comments, feedbacks, and ideas, and how we can get our next steps moving forward.
Thank you. Vice Chairman, do you have anything?
I don't have any questions. I appreciate the presentation.
Okay. I do have a question. I mean, and I'm sorry to just immediately go to this. So the county will pay for install. What happens if they get damaged? I assume the county would have to pay to replace it?
So up until October 8th, they'll retain ownership through Visit Carson City until that grant's done.
Okay.
Until that grant expires.
October 8th of this year?
Of this year.
Okay.
Our DA, Todd Reese, is working on language on how to transfer ownership. And so I'm sure there would be some back and forth between your side of things to make sure every party is happy with how that transfer of ownership is going to happen. But at the end of the day, once the ownership goes into Story County or the building owner, property owner, it would be their responsibility if something on a larger scale were to happen to them. For instance, a drunk driver hit them, lightning bolt.
Or even vandalized. I mean, I hate to say it, but
Yeah, and as far as vandalism, unless they were going to be really creative and use a hitch and a chain and yank them out, spray paint is probably what we're looking at, and that's...
You know, I imagine somebody trying to, I've seen people like carve into metal mirrors.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I hate to think people would ruin art that way, but...
No, it's always a concern, something that's worth a conversation. As far as something vandalized with graffiti spray paint, that comes off of the steel with no problem.
Yeah.
There's chemicals, which I'm not a big fan of, also a pressure wash, and with that natural patina, that gets covered up in no time at all. If it was a really heavy engraving, scratching, it would be a lot for them to do that, but that is also remedied. Just a little hand sander would take that off.
Okay. And I assume the artist, you know, if he had to make a new one, do you have an idea of what they would charge?
So we got the friends and family deal at $2,000
Okay.
for these, and that included the everything.
That's for the 4-footer?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Is there any public comment? Thank you for those, by the way.
Yeah. If anyone wants to rub the top of this before I go, it's good luck.
Todd Tuttle, Director of Tourism. I appreciate Eric's presentation. We've been working on this project, as he mentioned, about 4 years. Part of it is within our strategic plan is to try and create more diversity in tourism, particularly coming up to Virginia City. This particular item begins to put people into different locations to see areas they normally wouldn't go to see. Because of the adaptation of the app that's developed with it, it'll take them right to those locations. All across the nation, we have a number of these types of trails, whether it's the Mermaid Trail in Florida, whether it's the Bighorn Sheep Trail in Colorado, whether it's the Wild Horse up in Montana, and people stock to that value to be able to come out. They actually plan vacations around seeing particularly these items. Here's a great chance to be able to dive a little deeper, see a little bit more. And we as the VCTC see great support to be able to see this progress, and we're looking to the support of the county to help us put it in place and maintain it along the way. So I think it's a great opportunity, and hats off to Eric for the presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any other public comment? Come on up, let's just build a line, let's make it fun.
Is there a motion?
There's no motion, right? No.
Good afternoon, Debbie Ann Formentini for the record. My question is actually for Eric. Eric, I was curious if in your grant funding, is the program limited and does it stop altogether in October? And the reason why I ask is because we do have another location, landmark, that's very important to Virginia City, and it was very stemmed around the railway, and it was built in 1877 after the fire went through, and that's the freight depot that's in front of the Silverland, and I didn't see that on your list, so I'm curious if there would be a potential for putting one there, or if there's an open opportunity, assuming that the board approves whatever the motion is, or future locations that could be identified.
That's a great question, and thank you for bringing it up. This project does not...
Not to be crazy.
Eric Brooks for the record.
That's what I was trying to say.
This project has a 10-year life as a plan. We're looking at this, and then the initiative with Travel Nevada. This doesn't end. This is something that will be here in our region. It can be built upon. It can be added to. So we're calling it the phase 1. So these first 9 are phase 1. And it would be a possibility. There's a little bit of money, and I'm happy to talk to you or go through the DWT board, which A is also on. There's a small possibility we'd be able to include one more for Story County in this cycle.
Okay.
So keep that in mind too. And that would be a little bit expedited with the one word and the translations and whatnot. But yeah, this is not going to end. And if it doesn't get done in this first phase, phase 2 is around the corner. Just take some funding, and we expect to see these not just more in Carson Valley, Carson City, and Story County. We also see this expanding into Dayton. We've already had people up to the lake talk about how they want some coming up to the lake. So this is really going to be a region-wide initiative.
All right, thank you.
Is there any other public comment?
Good afternoon, everyone. Erica Perry for the record with St. Mary's Art Center, also Secretary of the Dust and Wonder Board. I just wanted to add kind of a visual component to this. When you think about all of these smaller spikes located across the Dust and Wonder Trail, it forms a constellation, if you will, or a map on the web app, on marketing materials, on things that tourism can use. And the idea that it is creating this more intimate kind of grassroots corridor, in my mind anyway, that celebrates arts and culture is important. And I think because Virginia City is so embedded in history, arts, culture, and the progress and future today, I think we would be remiss if we didn't have recognition and be a part of that constellation. So I really hope that this is something that the commission is comfortable with. But I just wanted to give you that kind of perspective. If you think, you know, what does that railroad look like? What does that territory look like with all of these little spikes and all these wondrous words and translations and meanings and places? It creates this big, beautiful picture that is unique and separate, and in my mind, very competitive with Reno Tahoe, which has their own, you know, splashier things. But this is something specific to us that I think is really special, and I'm glad to have been a part of it. I helped write the grant in the very beginning, 4 years in, along with Todd, and we're quite invested in and in support of it, and happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment in the courtroom?
Staff.
Okay. All right. Do you want to jump in before Sarah, or Sarah, do you have something to do?
So Sarah starts for the record. I was just going to clarify some things real quick. I just want to let everyone know we can only comment on the railroad spike installation on county-owned properties. So just keep that in mind. We do not get to say anything about the depot and that kind of stuff. That would be overstepping on our part. And the possible action item today is just to get approval to seek coordination and implementation, and then at a future meeting, that's when we would come for final approval, because we'd want to make sure that these locations are not in any right-of-way, easements, or things like that. So there's a few things we would want to do before we bring it to the board for final approval, and Austin, you can jump in.
Gotcha. Okay, so there is a motion today.
There's not, it's not, unfortunately, it's not agendized as such.
It's just discussion only this time. All right.
Give me a moment, Chairman, just for a second.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Austin Osborne for the record, County Manager. So you have a staff report that was submitted in the packet, and then there's the agenda language. There were some things we had to do to try to get this thing on there and the amount of time we have. So the agenda is an action item. We do intend to ask for action.
Okay.
I obviously will look to Brian from our Deputy DA to make sure we're comfortable, because the staff summary says it was a discussion only. The action is going to be, as Sarah has suggested, a structured approach to going ahead and putting a plan together. But I would like to talk about some structure to that, to make sure that when we leave this room, staff knows what we're doing, the applicant knows what's going on, and all the different parties know what's happening. So if Brian is okay with that, Deputy DA Brown, I will go ahead and proceed and ask you if you would like me to help you structure a motion.
What I'm looking at is I'm looking at the item 18 that is listed as a possible action item, and it says consideration. Oops. Wrong one. Item 20. It says discussion and possible action, and it says presentation by Eric Brooks regarding the Dust Wonder Trail Railroad Spikes Trail, and possible discussion and direction regarding the project, including possible coordination of a plan of implementation between the county and project proponent for consideration in a future board meeting. I believe that that is sufficient language that would give the board the authority to take action. I believe it appropriately puts the public on notice that the board may potentially take the action that is sought to be taken in this particular case. Understanding that in the staff report it was discussion only, I believe that
Thank you, Brian. So not seeing any public comment, Vice Chairman, are you prepared to make a motion with some direction from the county manager?
I am, yeah, and I would just be interested in either considerations or ideas from staff around items of consideration or concerns or structure around how to proceed.
Okay, if you're ready then.
I'm ready.
All right, Austin Osborne for the record, the county manager. So basically your motion could simply be similar to the agenda item, would be the motion to direct county staff to go ahead and coordinate a plan with Eric Brooks regarding the Dustin Wonder Trail, Railroad Spikes Trail, and possible discussion directing regarding the project, including possible coordination of a plan of implementation between the county and the project proponent for consideration. I would like that, if this board will consider it, to include these following things to help this land at the appropriate spot before his deadline. One is that the elements that Sarah brought up would be considered in the discussion of a plan with the proponent of the implementation of this project, including determining whether the units are located on county-owned property and that we have jurisdiction to make a decision on them, that the Comstock Historic District is consulted with the county ownership of the buildings, and SHPO, if necessary, for certain buildings that may have covenants, that property ownership is verified, that there is a maintenance plan and what the maintenance plan is, who's maintaining it, at what periods, and then beyond that, the cost of the installation. This would be an unbudgeted expense that is not prepared for, so that there would be consultation with the county comptroller's office and ultimately to this board to make a budgetary consideration. That all of this is subject to future Board of County Commissioners approval, of course, and that there is a point of contact that is either me or my designee, and that point of contact is the only person that is consulted with by the applicant, and that the applicant has a point of contact and only our staff consult with that person, and that it is maintained in a consistent fashion. I believe with those things in place that we would be able to work with something and come up with a plan of implementation for this board to consider within the time frame that evidently is that is in front of us.
Well, that was a mouthful. You got that?
Oh, yeah. I move to ditto. No, I think I can do something. All right. I, Commissioner Mitchell, move to instruct staff to coordinate a plan of implementation between the county and the project proponent for consideration at a future meeting to include the elements, structure, and concepts discussed here on the record today by the county manager.
Does that work?
Thank you.
All right. There's a motion. I'll second that motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. I know that was a long wait. Appreciate it. Moving right along to item number 22. This is discussion for possible action. Second reading of business licenses A through L. Vice Chairman, do you have any questions or comments on that?
I do not.
All right. Is there any public comment? Not seeing any. Vice Chairman, you prepared to make a motion?
Yeah, I move to approve the second reading of business licenses under item 22 listed as A through L.
There's a motion. I'll second that motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. On to item number 23. This is the second and final time for public comment during this meeting. Is there any public comment in the courtroom?
I do have one, Mr. Chair.
What?
I have one public comment.
Go for it.
All right, thank you, Austin Osborne, for the record. I just think it's important for the record to represent at a prior agenda item regarding the LPR license plate reader discussion that there was public comment submitted to this board, and that material had been provided to this board as well as to the public. I just want the minutes to reflect that in case those folks that submitted comments were to question that. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Is there any other public comment? Not seeing any. On to item number 24, adjournment of all active and recess boards on this agenda. It is 2:22, and we are all done. Meeting is adjourned.